It's 8 o'clock on Today. Coming up, looking ahead to your July 4th. Wild weather from coast to coast, from storms to scorching heat.
I do not like the heat. I do not like this heat.
Some cities forced to celebrate the 4th a little differently. And on this record-setting travel week, after all those delays, will the weather affect your travel? Then, summer entertainment season is heating up as fans search for those in-demand tickets.
To get tickets to the Taylor Swift concert.
With scams on the rise, we'll have everything you need to know before you click buy. Plus, it's time to start today. Our community getting moving this summer, kicking off our walking challenge for July and making some big announcements here in Studio 1A. And don't stop the music.
Please don't stop the music.
Rihanna shattering more records.
Go on and take a bow.
The pop superstar taking a bow. We're going to tell you what she's celebrating today, Monday, July 3rd, 2023.
Travel from Houston, Texas. Smyrna, Georgia. LaGrange, Indiana.
And Wichita, Kansas.
From Lexington, Kentucky, we're on a road trip.
On a girls trip from West Fargo, North Dakota. Sending love to our friends and family in Lawrenceville, Georgia. Hey to Mimi, watching from Pearl, Mississippi.
I love you, Mimi.
Celebrating 3 decades of friendship at the Today Show.
It's her birthday.
I'm turning 60.
This morning in Today's Consumer, some of the hottest performers are on the road this summer and coming to a venue near you, but you don't want to get burned buying tickets.
Our resident headliner is with us this morning, NBC senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Nguyen. You got some tips on how to avoid getting scammed?
I pay my producers extra to put little things like that in the script. Hey, good morning. Consumers are willing to spend big bucks for the thrill of experiencing a live event. Despite inflation, ticket sales are through the roof. Analysts say live music tickets alone will hit a sales record of $25 billion this year, just here in the U.S. But with so many resellers out there, many of them online, how do you make sure the tickets you're getting are actually legit? What you need to know before clicking buy. From sporting events to music festivals and highly anticipated concerts, this summer, you'll find no shortage of live entertainment. Live Nation expecting another busy concert season after a record 44 million fans attended 11,000 events last summer. But tickets, not always easy to come by.
It's me. Hi.
Late last year, Taylor Swift fans crashed Ticketmaster's pre-sale for the singer's Eras tour.
To get tickets to the Taylor Swift concert.
'Cause baby,
Fans turning to secondary sites and social media for tickets, some getting scammed instead. The Better Business Bureau receiving more than 18,000 complaints about event ticket sales since January 2022.
He really seemed so genuine. He even offered to meet me in person, and that was a huge trust builder with me.
Amelia McCall says she encountered a real-life anti-hero on Facebook Marketplace. Even though the platform doesn't allow the buying and selling of tickets, McCall says she saw a post offering a pair of tickets to Swift's Atlanta show for $180 each. Using Google Pay, McCall sent money to the seller for just one ticket, asking them to transfer it before she paid for the second.
When did you realize it was a scam?
After I sent him money and he blocked me immediately.
McCall ended up losing her money. Google Pay encourages users to only send money to people they know. The company says it isn't responsible for peer-to-peer disputes, stating in its terms of service, fraudulent payments may result in the loss of your money with no recourse.
Consumers feel that they don't have a fair chance to get tickets.
Gary Adler is the executive director and counsel for the National Association of Ticket Brokers, or NATB.
What are some red flags when it comes to ticket scams?
The big thing is for people to do their homework, make sure they're buying from a reputable professional reseller. Also do your homework on pricing of tickets.
Use a credit card instead of a peer-to-peer payment app and ask if the reseller offers a return policy. Adler says all NATB members offer a 200% money-back guarantee.
Double your money back.
Double your money back.
So before clicking buy, read the fine print to learn what kind of protection the service provides. Popular sites like StubHub, Vivid Seats, and SeatGeek all offer money-back guarantees.
If you're already hesitant about it, I would say just go with your gut.
Erica Anius learned this lesson the hard way after she and her cousin tried to buy tickets on Twitter to see Suga, a member of the popular K-pop boy band BTS. While the social media site prohibits the sale of unauthorized tickets, someone was offering 2 tickets for $440. Anius says she agreed to transfer the money through Zelle.
They actually sent video of like the tickets on Ticketmaster, and so they seem legit.
After she sent the funds, Anius says she and her cousin were blocked by the seller and they never received the tickets.
I lost the money and now I can't go to the concert.
They reported the incident to Zelle, which doesn't offer a protection program for authorized payments, as stated in its service agreement. The company recommending sending money only to friends, family, and others that you know and trust. Other expert tips when buying resale tickets: avoid ads. Don't just click on the first search result you see. Only work with sellers who share the location of seats before purchase so you can verify they exist at the venue. Also, check the date and time on the tickets. And if you can't have immediate access to them, make sure the seller discloses when they'll ship or when you can pick them up. Advice to help you shake it off when it comes to scams.
And if you unfortunately do fall for a scam, you should report it to the Federal Trade Commission or the Better Business Bureau. You can also file a complaint with your state's attorney general. And the key here is buy with a credit card only. Don't do those peer-to-peer payment systems because that money is gone. If you paid with a credit card, you can always file with a credit card to be reimbursed.
These are such good tips. And I can't tell you how many of my friends are talking about how can I get good deals this summer.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you make a good point, though. A lot of it's just, you know, if it seems too good to be true, if someone's selling Taylor Swift tickets for $90,
it's just that's the first red flag.
Too good to be true.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We're joined by baseball royalty, one of our favorite annual summer traditions with our favorite boys of summer here in New York. It's the New York Yankees Hope Week. This is when the Yankees take their star power off the field to shine a light on other stars in the community. And this year's honorees include a member of the baseball community that's battling ALS, an organization that's creating pop-up playgrounds around the city, and also a group that offers dance classes to children with disabilities. And we have 3 of the team's biggest names, biggest names in baseball. Yankees captain, baseball's reigning MVP, Aaron Judge, ace pitcher, Garrett Cole, manager Aaron Boone. Always good to have you back, guys. Thanks for being here.
Great to see you all.
Since the last time we chatted, you're actually, in addition, of course, being the MVP, you're the first team captain since Derek Jeter, right?
Yeah.
That's a big deal.
Oh, definitely. No, it's an exciting honor that, I'm blessed and humbled to be a part of that list of the great Yankee captains. And I think it's even better getting a chance to be here with you this morning, man. This is pretty special.
For folks who are not familiar with Hope Week, Aaron, what is it about it that makes it so special, and why have the Yankees been doing it for so long?
It's just a great opportunity for us to give a little bit of our time and shine some light on some great nonprofits. I think that's the most important thing, is us just kind of taking the baseball cap off and getting a chance to sit down and just shine some great light on some great organizations.
Aaron Boone, let me ask you a question. Tomorrow, July 4th, is the 84th anniversary of Lou Gehrig's Lucky Man speech. And you all are going to be honoring 10 women who have ALS, the Lou Gehrig's disease. Tell us what that moment's going to be like. What are the emotions going to be like for all of you?
It's going to be emotional. Obviously, Lou Gehrig is synonymous with the Yankees and ALS. Unfortunately, we don't have a cure for. And those that have been touched by that disease, it's awful. And one of ours in the baseball community, Sarah Langs, is going to be one of those people we get to honor. I got to work with Sarah Langs when I was back at ESPN. She's an amazing person, and she is working and thriving and living with it right now. And we're going to get to be around some amazing women tomorrow to honor them and hopefully shine more of a light on ALS and especially with being Lou Gehrig and the Yankees. I can't think of anything better.
Yeah. And Garrett, I want to, first of all, say congratulations on making the All-Star team.
Thank you.
It's so wild to think you joined the Yankees during the pandemic. But now here we are, you can get out in the community. What's it like for you to be able to see people face to face now?
I mean, it's New York and it's back on its feet. It's the best city in the world. The energy, the vibe, there's nothing that can beat it, really.
Yeah.
So, for folks who, the 3 or 4 folks who haven't been following, you scared a lot of folks when you went into that wall, hurt the toe. How have you been able to contribute from the dugout as the captain?
Just trying to stay locked in and help a teammate, pick a teammate up. If I see somebody struggling in the game, try to give them a little bit of words of encouragement. I don't have to give this guy too many words of encouragement.
Spending a lot of time with me is what he's doing. Spending a lot of time with me.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, just trying to find little moments to just make an impact on the game even when you're not playing.
When you're getting back out there, any word yet?
Hopefully soon. We'll see. We know we got the All-Star break coming up here, so hopefully that'll buy me a couple days and we'll be back out there soon.
What I just heard is Aaron Judge is coming back right after the All-Star break. That's what I just heard.
Good follow-up, Craig. Good follow-up.
Aaron, thank you.
Thank you all.
Garrett, thank you so much as always. Coach, always good to see you. Thank you so
Awesome.
much. Thank you. And good luck with Hope Week for the rest of the week as well.
Thank you.
Before we get into our summer walking plan, we are thrilled to announce 2 huge milestones. Our Start Today group is now, get this, 500,000 members strong. We got more than 150,000 in the Facebook group alone that are walking along with us. So if you feel left out, you want to join in on the action, all you have to do is scan that QR code right there on your screen. Scan that below to get our newsletter for some tips on improving your health and walking.
And speaking of walking, last month we started you up on a walking streak challenge. And now that we are 30 days in, it's great to add in some upper body strength training. Our fitness contributor, Stephanie Mansour, is here. With that, Stephanie, it's so great to have you here. Happy almost 4th of July.
I know. It's a great time to celebrate.
By the way, we should point out we've brought in some help. We brought in some
I don't know how much upper body training they need, but they are here to show us the way. But Stephanie, talk about the importance of upper body training. Why is that so critical to staying in shape?
Yeah, nowadays a lot of us are talking about the swimsuits, the tank tops, the sleeveless dresses. So we want to tone our arms and get a more sleek physique. But more importantly, when I do upper body strength training, Kristen, I love how empowered and strong I feel. And you can really tell a difference in just a few sets a day. So this plan is only 10 minutes a day of upper body strength training. The first one is sitting down at your desk. Now, I like to meet people where they're at. So if you're stuck working at your desk, or maybe you're just a couch potato and you're looking to step it up, keep a set of dumbbells. I recommend a little heavier here, 5 pounds, but you can go lighter, 3 pounds. Sit on the edge of your seat, pull your abs in. Nice job, Craig. And we're going to curl up towards the shoulders. Awesome. And then lower down. Exhale as you curl up. Good. Inhale, lower down. Feel that right there?
Yes. How many do you want to do of those?
3 sets of 10, and then you can move on. So the next one, we're going to stand up, get you up off the couch, off your seat.
Maybe one of you guys could demonstrate the...
Yeah, coach.
Yeah.
We're going to do a desk push-up. But do you want to do a real push-up? Would you prefer it down on the ground? Okay, for those of you at home that want a modified version, we're going to have the hands as wide as the shoulders, lower down, and press up. Again, 10 of these, 3 sets of 10. But if you want to step it up, yes, coach, we can get down on the
there
ground.
he goes.
Pull those abs in. Woo! Nice. Awesome. I love that. So working the upper back, which is helping with better posture.
Pretty
while
good.
you're walking.
Still got it.
Love it.
Awesome.
Thank you.
I'm going to stick to the desk. Let's talk about these arm
Yes,
bands
so
now. I
resistance
love these.
bands
They're
with
tough,
handles.
though.
I know,
Garrett,
they
you
are tough
probably-
to use.
Garrett could probably demonstrate this.
All right, here we
Yeah.
go. So we're going to step on the resistance band here. Good, nice.
Okay.
Yep, feet
Both
as wide
feet?
as the hips, both feet.
This is
Perfect.
work with heels.
And then
All
we're
right.
going to do side extensions here. Yes, you can do it with your heels. Good. So we're working the shoulders here. Good. Head up, chin up. Good. Abs in tight.
How
Nice.
far up?
Just as high as the shoulders and then lower down. And we smile because we're having fun. To join in on the fun.
The bigger smile.
Hey, he's
I
got
know.
a pitch in a few days.
All right, that's enough for you.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Everyone else, 3
got plenty
sets of
left.
10. Scan that QR code on your screen to get the workout videos that go along with us. And if you're like Steph, you're crazy, I don't want to do strength training. Okay, all I want you to do are grab a couple water bottles or grab a set of 2 or 3 pound dumbbells and take these out on your walk. Pump your arms. Really, we're all about meeting ourselves where we're at. So if you don't want to do strength training, if you just want to step up your walk, here we go. We're out on our walk, burning more calories and working those posture muscles.
Aaron Judge, is this the lightest weight you've held in a while?
Oh yeah, it's been a minute.
All right.
For the average person, though.
Yes.
And everyone has water bottles.
Everyone has water bottles. This is accessible and an easy and fun way to spice up your walk.
This is awesome. All right. Well, you can do it too. Stephanie, thank you so much.
Yes.
This is great. And we encourage everyone to sign up and join our Start Today community. Just scan that QR code and you get the calendar, our daily newsletter, and all the tools you need.
The Yankees are annoyed because usually when they come, we have food.
We have food coming.
This time we made them work out. Up next, best-selling items for having fun in the sun. We're talking games, we're talking clothing, we're talking jewelry, and much, much more. But first, this is Today on NBC. Oh, we're supposed to still be.
We are back with today's bestsellers, and this morning we're sharing affordable items perfect for summer days in the sun.
Shop All Day contributor Chassie Post has picks here that are all under $30. And to buy any of these items, all you have to do is scan that QR code at the bottom of your screen. We love it when Chassie's here, we love these games outdoors.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, we're gonna have so much fun today. Have you ever seen
Never.
waterproof playing cards?
Never. I love them.
All right,
though. I
we've
love
got some
the
poker
idea.
players on the crew here today. And these are so fun because you can take, whether it's Go Fish with the kids or poker, you can take these in the pool, on the beach, and look, they are. Have you ever seen this design?
Never.
They're clear plastic.
They're perfect.
But look,
I love them.
You can't tell what my cards are, my opponents,
Oh,
right?
that's-
And
that
look,
is
you just
so
throw them
clever.
in the water. It doesn't
That's
matter.
fantastic. And tell us about this. This literally lights up your life.
Yes, these are so cute. So these are inflatable and solar powered.
they're inflatable.
Little lanterns. So this
Oh,
is an
neat.
LED light. Look how small they collapse down into.
Oh my
and you
gosh.
can charge them via a solar panel here or via mini USB charge. And look, they float
throw
and
'em
they're
in the
also
pool.
waterproof.
That's
So this is great
fantastic.
for
That's
camping,
great.
any summer adventure. $29.95.
Love it.
Okay.
So this is a multi-purpose beach item that keeps your drinks cool as well?
Yes, this is a best-selling 2-in-1 multitasker, 20,000 ratings because it is a mesh beach tote, but see the bottom here? Check it out. It's a zip-off
Nice.
holder.
That's genius.
It'll fit 12 cans or a mix of, your drinks and snacks.
Not sure why we're using fake ice.
But it's deceiving in how much actually fits in
Yeah,
here.
So
real
much
ice.
fits in there. And then look, I love mesh because, it's waterproof. Sand
Yes.
goes right through it. You can fit so much in here and you can use them separately, but so cool,
Love
right?
it. You want to have fun in the sun, but if
Yeah.
you overdo it,
I know.
this
some
is the
great
remedy.
summer hacks.
Tell us about
so
this.
you guys have to smell this stuff.
Okay.
This is from Sunbum.
Oh, you
And-
know what? I think we have this.
Yeah,
My wife
it is
uses
so
this.
great. This is the cool down lotion.
Ooh, it smells good.
Smells
What
so
is that,
good, but it's got
coconut?
aloe in it, so it
Oh.
cools and relieves your skin instantly. I mean, this is great for the whole family because we've all been there, right?
is
A
great.
little sunburn. And what I love about this too is fans like to keep this in the fridge.
Oh.
And so it's an extra cooling boost, and I just love that cocoa butter
I feel like
smell.
you put this on even if you aren't burned. It's just good for
Absolutely,
your
you totally
skin,
can.
right? Yeah.
Okay,
What are these, Jess?
another incredible summer hack. Okay, so these are little patches. They're mosquito repellent patches. So they're like little stickers that have a 100% deep-free, like citronella oil infused patch. So you can stick it on your
And it
clothing.
keeps the mosquitoes away.
Does it matter where you stick it?
Well, you don't want to put it on your skin,
Okay,
but you just
just
put it on your
clothes.
clothing. You can put it on your
Okay.
backpack. Look, we've got it
Okay,
on our
great.
chair, your picnic
I love
table.
this.
I know,
Put it
so
right on your
cool,
arm.
right?
That's
And
great.
100% deep-free.
I love that.
Goodbye mosquitoes.
This is a good fashion look.
It
These
is
are
a
good
great
fashion
I can
looks
see you in
too.
one of these,
Yeah,
Kayla.
these
yeah.
are
This
great.
is-
So we love a set at Shop
These
today.
are beautiful.
12 of these top knot headbands for $16.
Oh, I
and
love
they
them.
dress up any. That looks so pretty
This
on
is
you,
great.
right?
Kinda
They
matches
dress
my
up
outfit.
right
They do.
any outfit.
I love this.
And you wear them a bathing suit or a party dress. $16 for all 12. And last but not least, a mega set. 18 statement earrings for under $20. And I'm telling you, every big trend for the summer is represented. We've got the raffia, that straw. We've got, faux tortoise. We've got,
I love it.
Yeah, this wonderful resin, hoops, drops, you name
You
it.
get all
Very-
18?
All 18,
Oh.
under $20.
Amazing.
Chassie, thank
Good
you.
stuff,
Thanks as always.
Chassie.
Happy
Thank
early
you.
4th.
I feel pretty
You
already.
can buy all
Thank
these
you.
items by scanning that QR code at the bottom of your screen. You can also go to our website as well. It's today.com/shop. Just so you know, we do get a commission for purchases made through the QR codes or links on our website.
And straight ahead, tasty food items that will make your backyard barbecue stand out from the rest. And a bonus, they're all from small businesses. But first, this is Today on NBC.
Thank y'all for coming. are back with a small business edition of Today Food. If you take a trip to your grocery store this summer, you're probably going to notice many familiar options on the shelves, but it's always good to expand your horizons and support smaller businesses in the process.
It sure is. So here with us, Today.com food contributor and cookbook writer Joey Skladany. He's put together a great list of small food businesses offering amazing products this summer. They're perfect for your backyard barbecue and beyond. Joey,
Yes.
good morning. Good to see you.
Hey, thanks so much for having me.
Absolutely. Talk about this huge
Oh
list. What
my
drew you to
gosh.
this list? It looks delicious.
So I have the super difficult task of writing about foods for .com that are a little bit more mainstream. So I thought, let's, spotlight some smaller businesses that are also doing great things. And to kick us off just in time for 4th of July, we've got KC Cattle Company. Now, I know your instinct maybe to go to that grocery store, get those hot dogs that are packaged where you don't even really know what's in them. With this, you're getting 100% Wagyu beef with that Frank.
My favorite.
Yes.
Nothing
it's
beats Wagyu
award-winning.
beef.
It's amazing, savory, umami, buttery. The company is also veteran-owned and operated.
That's a good hot dog.
Right?
All right,
no
hold on,
no
I
more
gotta
mystery
try it.
meat going forward
Is it
after you take a
expensive?
bite out of that. No, very well priced and will ship all across the country.
Okay.
Oh, that's
Good?
That's great.
All right, so say you want to put some hot sauce on your hot dog. Tia Lupita is an amazing brand. It is actually founded by a guy whose mom used to send him hot sauce from Mexico after he moved to San Francisco. And he thought, you know what, let me capitalize on this, take her recipe, and sell it to the masses.
This is the real deal.
This is the real deal. Very simple ingredients, but bold, complex flavors. My favorite is the Chipotle because it's got that nice smoky element.
Yeah.
Let's talk pickles. My wife loves
Oh,
pickles.
yeah? Well, this company won me over just with the name alone. It's a pun. The Real Dill. I'm a writer, so gotta go with that.
That's pretty clever.
They are Denver-based, and they grew in popularity with a jalapeno honey pickle, but then kind of pivoted to a Bloody Mary mix, which they used actually the leftover cucumber water
That
from
was a
the
good
pickle
pivot.
process to create what you have in your hands. So they're all about sustainability. They go through over 40,000 food scraps a year that they donate for composting.
And you can really taste the pickle in this.
Pickle forward. Makes sense,
The
right?
pickle is
company.
pronounced.
You can taste
Pickle
the
forward.
You can taste the vodka too.
Yeah, well, that's
talk
good,
to us
right?
about
For
these crunchy chips. These are
Okay,
a fan
these
favorite.
are dangerous because I think I've had a bag every single day since they were shipped to me. This is Route 11. They're Virginia-based. They've been in business for about 25 years, and they've actually trademarked the term unhurried potato because they take pride in their slow and low cooking process to create a kettle chip that's got an amazing crunch, a harmonious balance of oil and salt. And that
It's
is
good with the Bloody Mary.
There you go.
They
and that's a
complement
Chesapeake
each other.
crab
I was going to say,
flavor.
that's a really good flavor.
Yeah, so it reminds me of a seafood bake, right?
Yeah, it does. That's absolutely right.
Moving right along, if you want to dip those chips in some salsa or a tortilla
Why
chip,
not?
La Fundidora is the way to go. This is small batch, artisanal. All of the ingredients are sourced ethically from Mexico and bottled right in Brooklyn. And it is just fresh, clean, bright, no preservatives, no artificial flavors.
Has a little kick to it.
Which we love. The
Yeah.
fresca is my favorite. It's got tomatillos, serrano chilies.
Yeah. And what about this ice
Sweet
cream
Tooth.
here?
All right, Graters. If you're from Ohio, chances are you've heard of Graters.
Yep.
It's a 150-year-old family business, and they still use French pot freezers, which is going to yield a thicker and creamier consistency. I love just their classic vanilla because it's a Madagascar bean, Madagascar vanilla extract that's put
Really
into
quickly,
it.
Joey, last one.
Yeah, last one. Can't forget about this honey. It's from Leonardi Apiary and Gardens, and Chef Leonardi from Boston has found a way to infuse
right.
this honey and put it on their ice cream.
Joey, thank you. Thanks for being here.
Hoda and Jenna's coming up next.
After your local news.
I woke up smiling on my face. No care, no trouble in my way. The sun is shining where I go. That's how I know. Yeah, that's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
This morning on the third hour of Today, the future of beauty thanks to biology.
These are just scents I've never smelled before.
Dylan taking us inside the lab where they're using science to shake up skincare. Plus, a double try this today. Chanel jumping into a workout that's more like a partay.
Step back, step over, move me.
Then I got the scoop on an iconic treat that went viral on TikTok. And in Today Food, you say potato, we say delicious. How to whip up a superb summer potato salad. Today, Monday, July 3rd, 2023. From Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the third hour of Today on this Monday morning. Hopefully, you're all enjoying a great holiday weekend. Craig obviously got a start to it.
Yes,
early.
you did too.
That's right. Although physically we're here, but we're not. But we have a fantastic hour lined up for you with some of our favorite stories from the past broadcast. But first, we want to dive into some stories that caught our eye.
Yes, let's talk about it, shall we?
So first off, when you're about to, take up a task, do you think about how long it takes, or do you worry about that, or think about that?
My whole day is based on that.
We're like, why?
I'm like, I can clean this closet in 10 minutes. I have to pick up the boys from school in 10 minutes, so I'm going to clean that closet.
But it seems to have extended into other parts of our lives.
Like what?
Well, the New York Times looks into this obsession about knowing how long things take, and our technology that tells us, like, for example, like Waze. It says, okay, you're going to get to such and such by this time.
Yes.
Or your ride share.
You're right.
They're going to pick you up in this amount of time.
But that's good.
Is it making us more impatient?
Because if they don't get there in that amount of time, don't you get a little worked up?
I feel like Uber usually does, and Waze usually does.
Well, I get excited when if Waze says I'm going to get somewhere, like the other weekend I was shopping, it said 3:21. If I get there at 3:14, I'm like,
I know. I did that this weekend when I was driving home with Nick. I was like, I'm going to beat Waze.
Oh, Brian likes to do that too.
I'm going to beat Waze.
It's tough to beat Waze.
That's right. I beat Waze by 8 minutes.
No.
I did. Didn't see any. Luckily, didn't see any state troopers.
That little police decal.
That's fine. But what was the decal does help though.
But even like some of the newspapers show how long it should take you to read.
I don't
the
like
article.
that.
I don't like that.
Because I'm not that fast.
That's right. So if you don't read it in the amount of time you feel like a dope.
Me. I tell you the last thing. Okay, so on GPS, if you, especially in New York City, you have to walk places. If it says it's like a 24-minute walk and I get there in 21, I'm like,
look at me.
I can walk faster than you think I can.
Better than the average.
Okay. Now, have you guys heard this? All of a sudden, one of the kids comes up, Mom, I'm bored.
Oh,
I'm bored.
Every day.
I used to have a song when I was little. It was my bored song.
How'd it go?
I'm bored. I'm bored. I'd walk around the house just saying that.
That's the song?
Well, was this like, what, a week ago?
But everybody, you're right.
My friend Janelle and I, growing up, we would just we'd be bored together. But that was like part of growing up.
Exactly.
You were just bored.
Yeah. But what about your kids today?
I let them be bored. I say, figure it out.
You know, when we were driving sometimes, my husband would like, put the phones down. Everybody look out the window, and Kyne's like, stop saying that. You always tell us to just look out the window. We're looking out the window. Can we have our phones back?
That's
what, no.
Article in the New York Times, they interviewed a psychologist, and he says it's good for kids because being bored is normal, natural, and healthy.
And it causes you to kind of figure out what to do. So if my boys are sitting there bored, I won't turn the TV on. They know they can't have the iPad or the phone. And all of a sudden, they start a new game. Like they just start
They create a game.
They create something. Even if it's soccer or baseball in the house or whatever, it's still, they're doing something.
I mean, my mother used to say, okay, go outside. I don't want to see you till the street lights come back.
Absolutely.
We had a bell.
Yeah, my mother used to do this thing. You go, ski! So even if we couldn't hear her, some other kid would say, I think I hear your mother.
Oh my gosh. That's funny.
So, okay, something that can help with boredom, singing.
In what way?
Well, do you like to sing?
I mean, I can't, but I like to.
Yeah.
Whether you can or not.
Yeah, I can. Where's this going?
Well,
I like to sing. I'm bored.
There you go. Well, article in the Washington Post says that singing in a choir, like with a group of people, actually has some health benefits.
Well, I absolutely believe that. Like, I always grew up surrounded by other singers, so it makes you feel like, and there's also some kind of like harmony and like You know,
Literally.
being with other people.
Yeah, literally.
Literal harmony.
There's a study quoted in the article linked singing in a choir to reducing stress hormones, increasing cytokines, which also boost the body's ability to fight illness.
Have you ever sang in a choir?
I did
When you
at
were
St. Catherine of
younger,
Siena, and it was a bad choir.
Wow.
We were not a good choir.
But you're all trying.
You're trying. You want to hear a random memory of mine?
Okay.
This is coming out randomly. So my mom used to be the choir director at my church, so the children's choir, and my sister played the piano beautifully. I could not, and so she played for the children's choir. And one time, Melanie, if you're watching, we got into an argument before church, and so I had to sing the solo. And so the solo was like, the Lord's been mighty good to me, right? She sits down and puts it in like the highest key that there was no way. And like, I'm looking at her and she's like, and I remember Pastor Beasley turned around and looked at me. I was like
from a sitcom.
Oh, there are dogs barking outside.
Bad. It was so, my mom, it was just so bad. She's like,
But I like the name of the Pastor Beasley.
Pastor Beasley
How are
turned
you?
around. I'll never forget it because he turned around. He's in the pulpit, you know, and he's like, all right.
I'm Reverend Cleophas Beasley. How are you
It was
today?
James Beasley. Okay, next memory.
So recent survey. I like when you tickle yourself.
I know, because I can't believe I remember that. Anyway, go ahead.
Recent survey conducted by LinkedIn and Duolingo looked into.
Sorry, that's weird. Somebody, I think, used my email address when they signed up to learn to speak Russian. I've been getting all of these emails saying, congratulations on 2 weeks of speaking Russian. So I've never heard of Duolingo before, but now
I've used Duolingo, actually.
Did you use my email? Are you learning Russian?
No, I did. I was trying to learn French. But anyway, so.
That's just, sorry, it just caught me off guard.
Well, comrade, if you listen to this next story. So Duolingo LinkedIn says there are these confusing phrases used in the workplaces, although I don't see them as confusing.
Okay.
I think we should get rid of them. Herding cats.
No, that's.
I think
get
you
that
should
one.
keep that.
Yeah, in fact, all of our stage managers are used to that. Trying to keep us. Here's another one our stage managers use: ducks in a row.
You have to get all your ducks in a row.
Get your ducks in a row.
Do people not say these anymore?
Well, they do, but they think we should get rid of these.
Oh no!
No, it's because it's
a colorful
shorthand.
way to say something.
You know what everybody knows what you're talking
What's
about.
another
Building
one?
the plane while flying it.
Yeah.
Which means you're kind of winging it, and throwing spaghetti at the wall. Which
I've never used that one.
You've never heard that?
I don't
I've heard it,
use
but I
it
don't
much.
use
I
it.
know if somebody
Yeah.
says it.
They also found some of they say those are okay to use.
Okay.
Some that they say you should keep using, which I don't get what the difference is. Out of pocket.
Yeah, out of pocket.
Too many cooks in the kitchen.
I use it all the time.
Yeah, circle back, which is funny that you use too many cooks in the kitchen.
I do. That's so true.
Given that you're
Well, I might as well
already
use
there.
it some kind of way.
That's right.
That's how she uses the kitchen.
Yeah, exactly.
Low-hanging fruit.
Yes,
We
absolutely.
use that a lot.
Yeah. So is there one you use a lot?
I don't know.
Yeah.
You're putting me on the spot.
We say this.
Yeah, there you go.
You're putting me on the spot.
I use that.
Oh, well, there you go. This one doesn't really fit, but Craig says it a lot too. My grandmother used to say,
"Here's the thing."
No, well, that too.
Yeah, that's it.
Lord willing, we'll see you tomorrow on the Lord willing, the creek don't rise.
That's right.
Yeah. And
Well,
Craig says it now all the
That's
time.
kind of a country thing.
Is it?
I think so.
Is Kansas
southern,
country?
kind of southern. You know, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
One more.
Kindness at work. Forbes recently took on the topic of kindness at work, as one survey found that kindness at work predicts happiness at work and in life. So, do you agree? Are we kind to
Yes,
each other at work?
we joke and we tease each other all the time, and people will say, "Stop being so mean to each other." But it's all teasing and it's all with love,
Yeah.
because this is honestly the kindest place I've ever worked.
I
Everybody
agree.
respects each other. We all there's a genuine friendship kindness that we all have.
If you need something, there's not one person on this team that you can't call and say, hey,
Right.
I need you. Like,
Yeah.
really, seriously, yeah. We say yes.
Unless you're counting on Craig to pick up the check.
Okay,
Fine.
besides that.
But that's just another
Little
story.
arms.
All righty, well, still ahead in Dad's Got This, a man helping other fathers leave a legacy with a simple idea, a letter. Then later, beauty meeting biology, Dylan's going to take us to the science lab, where they are experimenting with the future of skincare. Third hour of today, I'll be right back. are back with another edition of Dad's Got This. Hard to believe, but some dads have a little bit of a hard time expressing their feelings.
But Craig recently met a man from Tulsa, Oklahoma, who is helping other dads open up to their kids. And his mission began with a life-changing letter.
The first thing that we all have in common is that we have a superpower. And our superpower as a dad is our words.
Blake Brewer has a story to share with every dad he meets, and it starts with how his life changed in an instant on a family vacation when he was 19.
Just me and my dad standing on the beach. We're about to go snorkeling, and he looks down at me with this big smile, and he said, "Man, I'm glad you're out here with me." And we put on the snorkel gear and headed out in the water, and pretty soon we got to a pretty deep spot, and the current was really strong. And my dad started to struggle.
Blake was able to swim his father, Larry Brewer, to shore, but after CPR attempts to save his life were unsuccessful, he was pronounced dead, leaving Blake in a state of shock.
I'm back in the condo, and my mom appeared in the doorway, and she said, "I found something in your dad's briefcase that I know he was going to give you on this trip."
It was a letter from his dad that he'd been working on for months, and the words in it would change the course of Blake's life.
Were there lines that stood out to you that still stand out to you?
My dad wrote, "As you're being faithful to the Bible, you're often going to find yourself in the minority. But I assure you that in heaven, you'll be in the majority. Love your dear old dad."
That line influenced Blake to follow a path into ministry, and in 2020 to start an organization called the Legacy Letter Challenge, with the goal of helping 1 million dads write a letter to their child like the one he had received from his dad.
But if you could have one line repeating over and over and over again in their mind, what would it be? That would be your legacy line, and I recommend putting it last.
At letter writing workshops like this recent one in Northwest Arkansas, Blake shares his mission and teaches dads how to make an impact with their own letters. Jarrett McClellan was one of the dads taking notes.
They hear so much of our voice throughout their whole life that it sounds like a clanging bell sometimes. And when we have an opportunity to write a letter, it's out of the everyday norm.
What are some of the concepts that dads should keep in mind when they're writing these letters?
I love you, and it's unconditional. I'm proud of you. Not for what you've done, I'm proud of you for who you are, and I believe in you. And as dads, like, we see the potential that our children could be.
Yeah.
And it can be frustrating at times when they're like making mistakes, but we're never gonna shame our children into who they could be.
Now that he's a father, Blake challenged himself to write a letter to his kids a couple years ago.
And when you read them the letter, did they react?
Yeah, so I decided to go and read my 4-year-old her letter. And, each night I'm trying to read her a book or a princess book or something. And then that night I said, "Hey, Daddy's got something for you." I am boohooing through this letter. And so I get to the end of the letter and I look up at her and she looks at me and she says, "Daddy, can you read me the princess book now?" But the next night, she went up to my wife and she said, "Last night, Daddy read me a message. Can he read me that message again tonight?"
So far, Blake has helped thousands of dads write legacy letters to their children through his online and in-person letter writing classes. And he's still hoping to reach and surpass his goal of 1 million meaningful letters.
Yes, it's about the son or the daughter that gets the letter. But it seems to me that it's just as much about the dad that's writing the letter.
I tell dads, as you're writing this letter, like, it's for you and your family, but each letter does honor my dad's legacy. If he had known when he had written that letter, the impact that it would have on my life, but now the impact that it's having on so many other people's lives.
That's faithful.
Yeah.
Blake is continuing to offer letter writing classes through his website at legacyletterchallenge.com. And this summer, Legacy Letter is launching in other cities and trying something new. In Kansas City, they're partnering with Big Brothers Big Sisters to help write letters
to kids.
That's
really
such a great
way to communicate.
I love that.
For sure.
Love it.
All right, just ahead, we are going to get a glimpse into the future when we pay a visit to a science lab where biology meets beauty. Then later, go behind the counter at one of Al's favorite neighborhood restaurants where their classic recipe became a viral hit. We'll be right back. This morning, we are getting a glimpse into what could be the future of beauty. I recently visited a lab where researchers are blending science with cosmetics, and the results are a beautiful thing.
Researchers at this lab in Boston are working on the next big thing.
Fascinating.
In beauty. And it's all made possible through the power of biology. Jasmina Aganovic is the founder and CEO of Archaea Beauty, a startup aiming to build a new sustainable supply chain for the beauty industry using biotechnology.
So first things first, what is biotechnology?
When you think of a factory, you think of like a big building with equipment and things go in that building, and then we use that equipment to make the things that we want. Biotech is basically the same thing, except for in this case, your factory is a living cell, right? It's a microbe that's making those things.
And then you let the microbe do the work.
Exactly.
With technologies like DNA sequencing, biological engineering, and fermentation, researchers at Archaea are safely growing beauty ingredients in a lab instead of sourcing them from the environment.
We have been creating our ingredients by extraction, right, from either animals or plants or even petrochemicals. And each of these things has a footprint. And so biology and biotech presents a perfect antidote to this, which could create better sustainability profiles, but also new levels of performance that can get consumers really excited.
That excitement extends to beauty powerhouses like Chanel and Olaplex, among others, who already invest in Archaea, which raised $78 million in funding in 2021.
If we use rose oil as an example, from a manufacturing standpoint, you need 200,000 petals to make just a few milliliters of rose oil. And so think of the land footprint, think of the water consumption. With biotech, however, you take out all of those variables and you're able to, through a microbe, through a single fermentation, produce what you need and just what you need without all that waste.
Give me an example of another area where we could see some of this biotechnology showing up.
One area you might be hearing about in the news a lot is sunscreen. So this is strange to say, but fish don't get sunburned. And it turns out they have this molecule that we don't have as humans. And what we're doing is studying that molecule and creating it through fermentation so that we don't have to extract it from fish, and looking to bring that to market in sunscreens.
I mean, this opens up a whole new way of doing things.
So I call biology a new creative tool for the industry. I get even more excited about all the possibilities, many of which we can't even imagine today.
Products that remember how to curl your hair in the shower may one day become a thing of the future. Trying to prevent odor? Well, instead of masking it, Archaea has created an ingredient that can shift the smell away.
So I have here a few petri dishes of different kinds of microbes that grow in our underarm area. And some of them cause smell and some of them don't.
Oh, yes, that does smell. Okay.
And so what we wanted to do is to create ingredients that can make them not smell. So this is what our ingredient technology will ultimately look like, that formulators are going to be and already are working with, which we're calling Scent Arc.
That would go into a stick.
Exactly.
And that becomes the new deodorant.
Exactly.
Biotechnologists are even helping to revive elements that are extinct, proving that the possibilities in beauty are endless.
So here you're about to smell a fragrance from a flower that no longer exists. So this is a flower that existed in Hawaii.
Went extinct in 1910. Oh, that's cool. Not that it went extinct, but.
This one.
Oh, wow.
And that one is my personal favorite.
Well, I mean, these are just scents I've never smelled before.
And this is all because of what biology enables.
Archaea is planning to launch its own fragrance brand in the fall. And that deodorant technology they mentioned, it's already being sampled and formulated and could reach store shelves by next year.
That's
it just
so cool.
zaps away the scent.
Yeah, not a moment too soon for here.
Fascinating. All right. Just ahead on Try This Today, I headed to Atlanta to try out a popular dance aerobics class. And let me tell you, it was a party. And then later, we are getting sassy, and she made it when we meet a busy mom who took a big leap to follow her fashion dreams. We'll be right back. We are back with a double Try This Today. First, we're heading down south because a few months ago, I visited Atlanta to try my hand, or really my feet, at a viral workout that is a lot of fun. One night, I'm scrolling through Instagram as I do before I go to bed, and I stumble across this step class, and I'm like, oh, I want to find this guy. And here I am.
Just one video, and I was hooked. That is EJ Houston, and every Thursday night, he turns his gym into a step aerobics dance floor.
Tell me about Get Down, Stay Down. Where did this come from?
The motto is you get the weight off and you keep it off with like extreme movement, having fun.
I flew down to Atlanta to see it for myself, and in the process learned that EJ has a powerful story fueling his upbeat workouts, having tragically lost his mom when he was just 8 years old.
When I tell somebody that, they instantly pay attention because they're going through things at home, they're going through things with their parents, going through things at work, and it's like, okay, how is this person that has all of this same stuff going on keeps leveling up?
By refusing to stay down and sad, instead, EJ focused his energy into his dreams as an athlete and ultimately a personal trainer.
Your passion, your energy, it comes across. I just met you and I feel it.
My purpose is to just help people.
Wanting to help more than just one person at a time, EJ made a commitment to motivate others who may be going through struggles of their own. He started teaching group step classes and knew there was only one way to get people in the door: by throwing a party.
So if somebody walks into your class, what will they see?
Fun, people releasing, people that may be going through pain, and they're at least having a good time for that 1 hour.
Those people make up the hundreds of folks who show up both in person and online week after week.
So this series is called Try This Today. Why should someone give step a chance?
It's just a fun way to just move, and that's all that step aerobics is about. You can do it fancy, but if you get on it, you can just get on and off and on and off to the beat. It's actually fun.
It looked fun, and I was there to learn from the man himself. But my morning TV job kept me from staying to take his nighttime class. So EJ brought together a group of his best steppers to help show me the moves.
So tell me, what do you say to motivate everybody?
One band, one sound.
What do you mean by that?
One person mess up this routine, we got to start it over.
Is he tough love?
I'm tough on
He
everybody.
doesn't come up and give you a little hug?
No.
All right, I'm ready to learn.
All right.
Okay.
So the first move, okay? We're gonna say 1, 2, 3, 4, boom, knee.
1, 2, 3, 4, boom, knee.
Second move is starting to the left side again.
Take it back. Boom, knee, kick, knee.
Now the other side.
Wait, that's the most encouraging, like, whatever.
Knee, kick, knee. That's it. Clap it up.
Okay.
The third and final move, step, over, step, back, step, over, boom, knee. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look, one band.
One sound.
Yep. Guess who's in the band? Y'all.
Finally, it was time to put it all to music.
You ready? Let's go. Knee, kick, step, step, over, step, back, step, over. Step, over, step, back, step, over. Last round. 1, 2, 3, 4. Take it back. Knee, kick, step.
You want to feel my sweat? Hey, big thank you to EJ, Mecca, and everyone at the Loft Athletic Club in Atlanta, Georgia for having us. And since we first aired our story, Get Down, Stay Down has added 200 new members. And EJ is still doing online classes for, let's say you want to try it and you're not in the Atlanta area. You too can join in on the fun.
And do that.
And do that.
See, that's
It is a part of the move.
That is my mantra.
What?
Get down, stay down.
Get down, stay down. Don't get up.
So while Chanel was working up a sweat, I tried something a little bit different. There's a neighborhood gem on the Upper East Side called the Lexington Candy Shop. It's been around for almost 100 years. My family and I have been going there for decades. Well, when their signature drink went viral on TikTok earlier this year, I jumped on the chance on how to learn how to make it. You ready for the Coke float?
I'm ready.
All right, go in there. That's the Coke float, please. Coke floats. Coke floats for everybody. Yeah! At nearly a century old, the Lexington Candy Shop has stood at the corner of Lexington and East 83rd Street since 1925. Founded by Sotirios Phyllis, a Greek immigrant, his son Pete joined the family business in 1930. Not much has changed over the years, except now people are lining up just to get in. And you'll find John behind the counter, the third generation Phyllis, who now owns the business with his partner, Bob Karcher. Your father was here, your grandfather was here. Did you think you were going to end up running the place?
I started working here when I was 14. Now it's 2023, and I'm still here. I like it. You know, I like the food, I like the customers, and the environment.
How did it get named the Lexington Candy Shop? Because you don't really sell that much candy.
No, but when my grandfather started in 1925, they were making candies downstairs. And a lot of the Greeks went into the candy business, and we did too, and that was it.
You walk in and there are regulars. I mean, what keeps people coming here to the Lexington Candy Shop?
The ones that come every day, we know them. We don't have Wi-Fi because we want people to talk.
These days, both regulars and new customers are talking even more about the iconic luncheonette's Coke floats.
I can see what everyone waits for.
After popping on social media, this post alone went viral with 45 million views.
Wow, beautiful. Within the hours, people were coming here. The next day went viral, and I'm a star. We're both stars right here.
John says that the luncheonette used to sell on average about 50 of these sweet treats a week. How many are you making now?
A week? Probably about 1,000.
Wow. I live in the neighborhood, and I'm walking around, and I see these lines. What has that been like for you guys?
Besides the fact it's stunning, it's very tiring, but we like it. For 2 years with COVID, we were trying to get through it. Now, we got it, we're here, and we're making up for it, so to speak. We used to get one shipment of ice cream a week. Now we're getting 3 or 4.
I will admit, I don't think I've ever had a Coke float. Can you show me how you make a Coke float?
That's what you're gonna do. We'll do it together. We're ready to go.
Time to head straight to the pint for the scoop.
This is the way that we were doing it 100 years ago.
Wow. All right, I think I remember that. First, John giving me a quick tutorial.
3, 4, 5, 6.
And you're stirring while you do it. Vanilla.
Of course.
Of course.
And a nice little plop.
Now it's my turn. I pump the Coca-Cola syrup into a glass. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then add seltzer and stir it.
Oh, he's good. Look at this.
Next, ice cream. Finally, I top it off with a spritz of seltzer. That's living. Okay, so the Coke float's amazing, but the candy shop says once folks are in the door, they also sample the milkshakes, the fresh squeezed lemonade, and the fantastic burgers. It is all good.
And you said you've been going?
Yeah, I've been going there. I mean, the kids were little when we first started. In fact, Courtney worked as a waitress for 3 weeks, but she couldn't handle the math because they used the actual little pads.
Oh, like old school. I love that kind of place.
All right, coming up, a sassy edition of She Made It. Meet the designer behind some beautiful jewelry and clothes that is all about being bold. And then later at Today Food, we are making a super side, a new take on a summer classic, potato salad. Yum. We'll be right back.
We are back now with She Made It and an impressive entrepreneur who juggled both a growing business and family.
Today, lifestyle and commerce contributor Jill Martin Brooks recently met the busy mom behind Sassy Jones Boutique.
If you want to wear your purple with your polka dots and your hot pink, go for it. The only missing ingredient is your confidence.
Sharice Jones oozes confidence.
I assume when people meet you and buy something from you, they get the energy that you exude.
Absolutely. We want you to hold your head up high and walk in your worthiness while you're wearing Sassy Jones and throughout your entire life.
Sharice founded Sassy Jones, her fashion and lifestyle brand, 10 years ago. But her love of self-expression really began back when she was just a little girl.
I can only imagine you playing dress up.
Yeah, and you know what? It started with watching the matriarchs in my family, right? Like how they would enter a room, how they went to church, how they put themselves together. And I noticed it was almost a visual vocabulary of how they were feeling on the inside.
Sharice taught herself to design statement jewelry and clothing, eventually pursuing a career in marketing.
I've sold everything from banking products to food to restaurants, a little bit of everything, okay? But I couldn't scratch my itch. I couldn't find that je ne sais quoi that I was looking for, that kind of fulfillment, that spark. I couldn't find it.
Sharice needed to focus on a business that did have that spark, something that married her passion for fashion and strong sales background. And the Sassy Jones brand was born. So she decided to quit her 9-to-5 job.
But I also simultaneously found out I was pregnant, actually pregnant with twins. I definitely thought about like, hey, this isn't smart. You definitely need your predictable paycheck. You definitely need your health insurance.
And just 4 months after giving birth to her sons, she packed her family into their minivan and began selling jewelry from trade show to trade show.
And their legs were kicking and swinging in the backseat, and we were driving to Florida, Atlanta, New York, Philly. I did 37 of them in 2016.
How many units did you sell during that time?
I didn't make any money, Joe. Put my husband in debt, but I did learn who my customer was. And I really became addicted to helping her see herself in a new way through style.
But the demands of life on the road became too much for the young family.
I was about to give up. But I decided to give it one last go and pivot the business to e-com. And I discovered live stream. Here you go, Facebook. What I love about it is that I didn't have to leave home. My babies were upstairs sleeping. The first live stream I did, there were 12 people on it, and I made $600.
That's when Sassy Jones took off. The business, which is still 100% family-owned, now has 40 employees, a brick-and-mortar location in Virginia, and
the last time we were on Inc. number 24 at Inc. 5000, which puts us as the fastest growing privately held retailer in the nation, who happens to be brown woman owned.
Wow. The Sassy Jones woman, who is she?
The Sassy Jones woman is unapologetically bold. So that's where we come in. Like, we help her strengthen that muscle of like, hey, you should try a little bit of color. You should try this scarf. You should try those things.
What advice do you have? Because I feel like you can motivate so many entrepreneurs who are their version of in their minivan with the kids crying, with their jewelry running around.
It's really trusting your knowing. As women, we tend to look around, ask, well, what do you think? What do you think? And what that practice is doing, it's actually pulling you away from really trusting yourself and listening to that inner voice. We're so busy, the calendar's booked, that we forget to check in with ourselves. And through that knowing, you really know what you're supposed to be doing next.
I love the name Sassy Jones.
Sassy do.
It just rings.
Fun to say.
Since our story first aired, Sassy Jones finished work on a project to provide dormitory housing to girls in Kenya. Wow. And soon, they're launching a new campaign to find other women-owned businesses to send monthly supplies to those students.
What a great idea.
That is a great idea.
Oh, man. Coming up next, we want to jazz up your holiday barbecue with a fresh take on the summer classic potato salad. Third hour today. I'll be right back.
Now with Today Food, and if you're hosting or heading to a holiday barbecue, we have a super side dish. Chef and author Gesina Bullock Prado is making her mother's potato salad. It's straight from her cookbook, My Vermont Table, Recipes for All 6 Seasons. Take it away, Gesina.
Hello, sweet people. I am so excited to share the best potato salad recipe with you ever. It starts with potatoes, of course. New potatoes, fingerling potatoes, baby Yukons, you can use all of those. You boil them until they're just fork tender. And the way my mom would do it, because this is her potato salad recipe or Helga's potato salad recipe, she would always peel the potatoes when they were just handleable. So they would be super hot. So what she would do is, like when I was a kid, I'd be like bouncing the potato back and forth, but she would just take it, and this is her paring knife, she would take this paring knife and then she would just gently peel the potato until all the skin was off and all your fingerprints are off because it's so hot. And this is 3 pounds of potato until they're all peeled, and then you slice them into, my mom would say, into paper thin slices, but into thin slices. So once you have your potatoes nice and sliced, they'd still be warm, you're gonna combine the following ingredients. A half cup of neutral oil like canola, and then a half cup of vinegar. I use apple cider, you can also use a white wine vinegar. So that's half a cup. And then to that, super secret ingredient, but no more. It's liquid Maggi seasoning. You can also use soy sauce if you can't find Maggi, but it is a savory, salty treat that is such an important ingredient in this, and it's just 6 shakes. So you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's it. And then another super important ingredient is a 1/4 cup of pickle juice, or I use Cornichon, you know, those super tiny ones. You can also use baby dill, so you use a 1/4 cup of that juice. And then you're gonna whisk that all up. And you're gonna add it to the potatoes while they are still warm. Now this is important. If they're not warm, they're not gonna absorb all that glorious goodness. Add some salt, some pepper, and then some chopped Cornichon or baby dills. They're these little guys. That's about a half cup of that. And a half cup of Vidalia onions, or you can use shallots as well. And then you stir that all together until it gets to room temperature. So you're going to stir it and let it sit. Once it gets to room temperature, you're going to add a half cup of mayo. Use the good stuff, not the stuff with sugar in it. It's a half cup, that's it. But this gives it a nice silkiness, a nice creaminess, but not a ton. Once you've added the mayo, let it rest in the fridge for at least an hour. Overnight's even better. Or you can eat it right away because it's super delicious either way. And then you can top it for visual interest with some fresh chives. Happy 4th of July. Have the best day ever with the best potato salad ever.
Ooh, that looks good.
I'm picky with potato salad.
Yeah.
That looks really, really good. Thank you for that. All right, for this recipe, head to today.com/food. We'll be right back.
And that's our broadcast for this morning. Tomorrow we're going to fire up the grill to make a full pot roast dinner.
Next on Hoda and Jenna, they're helping plan your 4th of July bash, from the decor to the drinks.
We'll see you again tomorrow, everybody. Have a great day.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Today, get ready to have a blast. We got everything you need to throw an epic 4th of July party. Plus, a gorgeous makeover for one of our Start Today members who lost the weight and is feeling great. And this summer's must-have products to give your skin a faux sun-kissed glow.
It's Today with Hoda
and Jenna.
It all starts right now.
Hey, everybody, it's Monday. It is July the 3rd. So happy that you're here.
You know what? There's nothing better than when Hoda just slips out something really funny right before the show starts. So you open with a laugh.
We'll let you know.
Monday.
We'll let you know when Brian steps into the frame. We'll let you know
why.
I will let you know why. Yeah. All right.
Okay, so there's a new thing, according to the Wall Street Journal.
What is the new thing?
They say brunch used to be
like a Sunday brunch or a weekend.
Yeah, Saturday maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Now, evidently, they say that it is 7 days a week.
Why did you say it with such emphasis?
Because brunch is now 7 days a week. There's a change.
Okay.
And this is what the Wall Street Journal
tell
says.
us what it says.
With more people creating personalized work schedules, midweek brunches have now gotten popular.
Okay, here are my thoughts on the brunch thing, because I like brunch.
You don't like brunch the way other people do, though.
Okay, well, here's why I like brunch. Sometimes I don't feel like breakfast, and then I'm hungry later at 10 or 11. But it's not lunchtime. I have an idea. Let's go eat now in a restaurant when a lot of people aren't in there. Brunch, okay? And that's a good idea, because brunch doesn't have to mean boozy, sitting around for 4 hours.
Bottomless mimosas?
Yeah, it doesn't. It could just mean another time of day to eat.
You know what? I agree. It just allows a waffle or a pancake on the menu, which is what you really want.
Right.
You don't want a sandwich.
No.
You don't want a salad.
No.
You want an omelet.
You want an omelet.
Yeah,
but
here's the thing.
What's the
just to let you know, a lot of people
let you know.
Brunch in New York City is an event. Like the young people on our team go to brunch. They start brunch at noon. Sometimes they don't leave till 3 or 3:30. Sometimes there's music. Sometimes there's
like a jazz brunch or a gospel brunch.
Or bottomless.
That's good. I do love a gospel brunch. They have been.
But would you sit there for all day?
Well, if it's music and an event, I think that not all day, but I would stay for 3 hours.
But do you think people do that on a Wednesday? They sit all day.
I think the vibe of brunch would probably change during the week.
Okay.
I think it would just be kind of a nice
meal.
It's funny, whenever the Wall Street Journal says something, we're like, everything's changed now. We're like, got it. All right.
Okay, so how long does it take you when you go out with somebody to know if you like them or not? I'm asking you.
Me personally. Mm-hmm. I think I can decide within the first probably a half hour. I think I would know. Because you know what you know quickly?
Yes.
And this is what you do. You're an excellent listener. Excellent. A++. And you know when you talk to somebody who's really with you.
Yes.
And you also know when you're talking to someone who's waiting to jump in or distracted or, hold on, oh God, look, I'll be right with, you already know the vibe.
Yeah.
You want to connect with someone's vibe.
Yes.
Their vibe, we know when someone walks in here and is frantic because everyone's energy starts to go frantic and cray.
Yeah.
I feel like I think you know chemistry kind of. You don't necessarily know that in the first half hour because that sometimes comes later.
Builds. I know, because this is what I definitely think I would. I mean, I haven't dated in a long time, but back in the day, I tried to give myself a date.
A date.
Instead of just like a snap judgment of like, oh, he doesn't look like the way I used to like, or, and sometimes
I don't
when
have
people would
chemistry,
say,
I'm not interested.
Yeah, like, oh, I don't know if this is like the type of guy I used to like. I'd be like, give it a shot.
Give it a shot.
Because, and by the way, the reason why we're even talking about this is that according to a poll, the average single needs 19 minutes of the first date to decide if they want a second.
You know what a friend told me, and I thought this was good advice? When you do start dating somebody, she said, if you're thinking about making a commitment, a real commitment to the person, she said, wait 4 seasons. And because you will see what they're really like. What are they like? Because throughout the seasons, people are different. They go through a difficult time at work. There's an issue in their own family. Something. There's Christmas. How do they spend the holiday? It's like once you see what.
And winter can be kind of.
Yes. Once you see what 4 seasons are like.
Yeah.
Then you can really make a good decision. I think based on that. I like that advice.
But I don't know how I like that advice.
What? How long did you know Henry?
I mean, I remember I proposed after 3 months.
Yeah, you did. But you knew.
But I knew. But I mean, we did date for 4 or 5 years.
Oh, okay. So there were many seasons.
But I feel like you need to be open, and that's the first thing.
Yeah.
But also, that really means open.
Yeah.
It's not like sitting there while somebody's talking, deciding in the first 19 minutes if you want a second date.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
Do you know what I mean?
You're right.
It's wedding season.
Everybody, summer just is the season to get married?
This is about being a +1. Okay. Which I think is fun. It says if you find yourself as a +1 to a ceremony, GQ magazine has some tips.
Okay, so you can be a good side gig. Okay. First, be your date's biggest cheerleader.
I love that.
I don't understand.
That means, like, you look great. This dress is pretty on you. Let's go.
Yeah,
come on, let's
but
go
that's how we are.
I know.
Okay, next.
Okay, that means laugh at their jokes, blah, blah, blah. No eye rolling. I hate eye rolling. Mila eye rolled at me.
And what did you do?
She eye rolled at me. I didn't see it, but Henry saw it.
And then what did you do?
Behind my back.
And then,
even worse.
Ooh, and then what happened?
And then he was like, she just eye rolled at you. But I just... Because think about how many eye rolls we're going to get. You know how many times I eye rolled at my parents?
1 million.
1 million eye rolls.
How many times did you clench your teeth and whisper something at you?
I would always say, excuse me for living, but the graveyard is full. That's what I would say. Excuse me for living, but the graveyard is full.
Where did you get that?
I don't know. I was a 90s kid. But anyway, okay, the next. Where did we go
So
here?
even if your date has filled you in on all the dirt, act like you're hearing it for the first time. If you're like, there's my uncle so-and-so, he's always a drunkie monkey, and he walks over, go, hi!
Totally.
Like you don't know the whole story.
No, there's nothing worse than accidentally slipping that you know something you're not supposed to know, you know?
That is the worst.
Like to be like, oh, Uncle Herb, I've heard about you.
Yes.
You can't say that.
That is a total no. And also, I like when you're at a party and someone's telling you a story, and have you ever heard the story before? Do you always say, I already heard that? I just let them tell the whole story.
Do you know how many times we both repeated things?
I know, and I'm like, oh my God, I love that. And you're like, did I tell you? And I go, I think maybe.
Yeah,
I can't remember.
This is the thing about being in a long-term commitment, which we're in.
Yes.
You tell the same stories over
we
and over.
We have only lived one life.
Sorry,
that's all we have.
And we're not going to make more material.
Okay.
Okay,
all right.
The last one. Have fun, but not too much fun.
Oh, if you're the boozy +1. That is not a good look.
I don't know. I kind of think you want to be the life of the party.
Well, you are, I think.
Okay, we are kicking off a new series, y'all. It is called Our Summer Showdown.
Okay, all week long we've been having some fun debates on a variety of summer-themed questions. Our first question, and we need props for this one. This is what we are waiting for. Thank you, Brian. Okay.
Oh, baby.
So, best summer dessert. Thank you, Brian.
Brian, thank you.
Is it Italian ice? Is it a popsicle? Or is it an ice cream cone?
This is
Jenna, what did you pick?
Easy.
We got to have this before it melts.
It's an ice cream cone.
You pick this?
100%, especially cookies and cream. Whoever invented vanilla ice cream with Oreos crushed up in it was a genius. It's the most delicious. It's creamy, yet cold and satisfying. It's a whole meal.
By the way, this is so good right now. You know why it's so good? Because it's kind of melty.
Yeah.
This is the best.
What is your decision?
Did I pick this?
No, it's your choice now.
What did I pick?
You have to pick it now.
Well, you already picked a good one. Okay. I'm going to pick, hold on. No, I'm going to pick a popsicle. You know why? You know why a popsicle is great?
Why?
Number one, you can throw it in a cooler of ice and all the kids can grab it. It's delicious and refreshing. It is so not as good as it. No.
You can pick what I pick.
This is the one. Sorry.
I mean, who would pick anything else?
Nobody.
An ice cream cone.
Oh my God.
You know what? But when I was little, you know what I loved when I was little too?
What?
An ice cream sandwich.
How'd you eat it? How did you eat it?
Just fast.
No.
And furiously.
Did you lick around the side?
No, I just.
Did you?
I
Oh
used
yeah,
to
yeah,
lick
yeah.
around the sides
and
and
squeeze it flat, and keep licking it until it was like 2 flat cookie pieces, and then bite it.
I don't know that kids know that ice cream sandwiches are as good as they are.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank y'all. Coming up next. You're throwing a party and your friends munching through the cheese platter before the guests arrive. Is this about me?
Can you tell them to hold off? We're solving your social dilemmas after this. Oh my God, you can't have anything but that.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming to this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stuff with a snap.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
All right, it is that time when we try to help out some people who are in sticky situations. It's a segment we call
Hoda and Jenna's Social Dilemmas.
All right, here's the first one. My friend was over helping me set up for a party that I was throwing. I put out a cheese plate. And immediately, she started munching on it. Can I tell her to hold off until the guests arrive?
Did you submit this question?
No, I did not. However, I think the answer is yeah.
Whoa, this feels like it's directed
No, you hold on.
at me.
Well, one, because we're setting up together. Girl, you can have all you want. Make your own on the side. Just leave this cheese plate here. Here's a paper plate with some cheese and crackers. You eat that. Let me make this, because this is supposed to look pretty.
I mean, I agree with you, but telling somebody like
friend.
me
You
who
would-
loves cheese
but-
so much to lay off.
No, I would give you your own plate. Okay, just for you.
You'd give me just a little paper
Yeah, a little
plate
paper
with some
plate. Yes, I'll
cheese.
say have at it.
I don't know. I think
you tell a friend. You'd be like, stop.
I don't think so. I
You don't
think
care?
if your friend is over helping you do something, the least they can do is have a little brie. Now, if they're eating the whole thing, if they've demolished...
What if there's a beautiful thing and your friend takes a knife out because she decides she wants to start carving it before a soul gets there? Here she is with her knife. Oh, this beautiful cheese plate. You got any grapes?
I don't want the grapes. I just want the cheese. And here's the thing. I think we're just going to have to agree to disagree.
Okay.
Because
All
you
right.
can't put a big cheese platter out there and the one person that's come to help you move tables and straighten up and clean, you're going to have to say, don't eat that? No way. Okay, the next one. My fiance, I know you put that question in. My fiance and I were invited out to a dinner by another couple. We were excited for a quiet night with them. Well, guess what?
Oh, no.
Our double date turned into a group dinner. There were 3 other couples at the restaurant when we arrived. They never even told us. Can I tell them that wasn't cool?
No, you cannot.
You can't?
No.
You can tell your best friend not
I
to
don't
eat your
say
cheese
best.
plate?
Wait. You don't tell. Look, if you walk in and you're going on a double date and they're like, hey, by the way, some friends of mine, I ran into some friends. They're meeting us at the restaurant. We're going to eat together. I don't think it's not cool because I wanted a quiet night. It's just like you're going out to dinner anyway.
Yeah.
I think sit at the table.
I mean, I sort of get her thoughts because sometimes if you really want to catch up with somebody,
yeah.
it's hard to do when there's 10 people there.
Yeah, I agree with
Do you know
that
what
part.
I mean? And maybe they're not even sitting with the couple because they're sitting next to Joe Schmo who they
Right.
invited.
It's like, and who's this person? I have to be like, what do you?
But I don't think you
what's your
say
name?
it before the meal. I think you enjoy the meal. You see how it goes. And if you have fun, you let it go. If you're kind of grumpy afterwards, you always tell the truth.
So you would say, hey, look, I really was looking
next
forward
time-
to having a meal with just
Next time, just let me know if you're inviting
Yeah, because I get so few nights out.
Yeah.
I was really looking forward to this
Hey,
one.
catching
That's
up.
fair. I agree with that one. Okay, last one. My mom keeps trying to set me up with guys. I went out with the last two, and let's just say they were clunkers. Well, now she has another one.
What does the word clunker mean?
2 thumbs down.
Oh, clunkers.
Should I go on the date?
Yes.
Yes.
Not only because of your mom, but just because always go on the date. Always
Go on
take
the
the
date.
interview. You never know.
Right.
And
if
I don't know what clunker means, but maybe the third isn't a clunker.
Yeah, and your mom does know you. I mean, she does know you.
Yeah.
And what if a girlfriend set you up with 2 clunkers? Would you say, that's it? I don't
Totally.
want-" No, you'd say,
And also, you want to go on as many dates as you can because the more you date, the more you have the
odds.
chance of falling in love. And maybe your mom will set you up, and what a beautiful love story that
Can you
would be.
imagine the wedding toast?
Yeah. So
All right.
good.
We want to help you with your social dilemmas. Head to hodaandjenna.com and hit the connect button.
All right, coming up next, it's a Monday makeover.
One of our Start Today members gets a new look to match her new healthier lifestyle. Coming up right after this.
Okay, if you're not familiar with Start Today, it's a community created here at Today of almost 150,000 people committed to improving their health and fitness. That's where we first learned about one remarkable woman, Emily Baker.
Emily has completely turned her life around for the better, and she could not be more deserving of a style makeover to celebrate. So we called in our fashion expert, Melissa Garcia, to help.
Okay, before we see Emily's fabulous transformation, let's hear her story.
I am Emily Conley Baker. I am 34 years old, and I am a mother of 3, a health and wellness coach, and I'm a registered pediatric nurse. I've always been someone who put on this face every day that I had everything together, but inside I really struggled emotionally, specifically surrounding my weight and my physical appearance. In 2019, I had my youngest. About 3 weeks later, my father passed away visiting us. His size was a massive comorbidity of his, and ultimately it didn't allow him to effectively get the care he needed. So witnessing that tremendous loss really just sat with me. I was on the phone with my 2 brothers. My brother said to me, "Emily, I know you don't feel like physically you're at rock bottom, but emotionally, I think you're there." I'm so thankful they said that to me because I, for the first time, recognized that rock bottom didn't have to be about what I looked like physically.
In May of 2021, Emily underwent a vertical sleeve gastrectomy.
I knew that it was like my one shot to get this right, and for my 33rd birthday, I decided I was gonna run 3.3 miles. I would start running 15 seconds at a time, started just building up little by little by little.
Emily joined a running club and became part of the Start Today community.
I couldn't get enough of it because it was just people exactly like me. It kind of lights a spark within you, and you have this moment of wow, they've made themselves and their movement a priority today. I want to go and do that for myself.
The Queens, New York resident ran a half marathon in March of 2022, and just 9 months later completed the New York City Marathon. She is now a certified run instructor, a certified personal trainer, and has lost 135 pounds to date.
I couldn't have done any of this alone without my family and without the community that I created as well. When I think about all of this change, I think about my children. I have a 9-year-old. I don't think she recognizes how much of a driving force she's been for me. I'm very proud of how far I've come on the inside, emotionally, physically, but I want to portray that with my style.
Emily, so nice to meet you.
Enter style expert Melissa Garcia.
So tell me a little bit about what your personal style is currently right now.
I struggle in the style department. I'm either in my nursing scrubs or I am in active wear.
At the end of this, how do you want to walk out and feel?
I feel so much pride and confidence in my ability to change drastically. So I want people to see that in what I'm wearing.
I am so excited. Let's get started and start trying some clothes on.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Once she found the winning look, it was off to the salon.
Welcome to LW Salon.
Thank you.
We're gonna make you over so it's minimum but still fabulous. Okay, we took some inches off your hair. Now it's time to get to work. Are you ready for your new look?
I am.
Okay, let's go.
And we are so
let's go.
lucky because we are joined by Emily's family, her husband Nick, her kids Adeline, Flynn, and Cora, and her running coach Michelle Ray.
What a beautiful mom you guys have. What an amazing wife. Are you guys anxious to see her?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Are y'all excited?
Okay, because she looked great before. I can't imagine how cool she's going to look now.
Okay, so should we look at Emily's before picture?
Okay.
And can we see Emily's new look?
Come on out, Emily! Wow!
Oh my gosh, Emily, you're beautiful!
Like a princess.
How are you?
Wow, you look awesome.
Oh my gosh, Melissa, this dress.
Ridiculous, right?
Your husband. Melissa, why'd you choose it?
Okay, so first of all, it was such an honor to work with you, Emily. Like you were a blessing to me. So thank you. We talked, and she said she wanted to feel confident. She wanted her mind to catch up with her body. She said she didn't feel like they were together in sync. So we took something that was totally outside of her comfort zone. This was actually the first dress she tried on. This is by Karen Millen, only $84, which is amazing. And it just does so much for her figure, and it's so many things she would have never worn. She said she didn't want to show her arms. She thought she never could wear anything sleeveless. It has cutouts, and she looked stunning.
Gorgeous, guys.
Yes.
What do you think? Addie, what do you
I love it.
Oh, you look, by the way, you look so beautiful.
Yes.
I mean, inside out, the hair
Oh my God.
is on
A lob. I love it.
Yes, so Leona killed her hair. She did such a beautiful job, and Gia Makeup gave her a beautiful, natural, glowy look today, and it just all came together so beautifully.
You look, how do you feel?
I just feel like so beautiful, like inside and out, and it's just like I just feel very blessed, blessed for the opportunity, and then just I can't. I struggle to put it into words because it's very overwhelming. Like when your outside catches up with your inside.
Yes.
Wow.
You are a
By the way,
true
that's so well
beauty.
said.
You're inspiring so many people, including your own family.
Look, we've got some flowers.
Oh, yes.
For you.
That's from your husband. He purchased those. Emily, we think you deserve to do a little more shopping.
Yeah.
So we are sending you home with a $500 gift card to spruce up your
spruce
wardrobe.
it up a little more.
So maybe Melissa can help you. I know first of all, you looked amazing in every dress you tried
We
on.
didn't ask your husband. What do you think of your beautiful wife's
I think she
look?
looks amazing.
Yeah, beautiful.
Thank
Well,
you,
you've got a
Emily.
great family. Thanks, Emily.
Kids, come give her a hug.
Yeah. To check out the Start Today newsletter, you can scan the QR code at the bottom of your screen.
Oh, okay. Coming up, hosting the big holiday tomorrow. Everything you need for the perfect day. Coming up. Okay, if you love summer as much as we do, then tomorrow's the biggest party of the year.
It is Independence Day, and here to help you throw a festive fourth is the author of The Wine Club, new book out, Maureen Petrosky. Congrats on the book.
Thank you.
We
So
love
happy to
this
be here.
idea of celebrating with all these different things, and 4th of July is a big day for a lot of people.
It is, and it can be easy and fun and festive all at once, I promise you.
Okay.
So we're going to kick off with some watermelon frosé.
Wow.
So the July chapter of the book, Rosé, is the wine. So this is made with a whole bottle of rosé, a little bit of vodka, a little fresh lemon juice.
And what about the watermelon part?
There you go, the watermelon. So
that's delicious.
Rosé is a great frozen
Wow.
adult drink for you. And then thinking of adult fun also, this is the festive part of it. These are frozen margaritas.
What?
So they're red, white, and blue. This is a strawberry layer margarita, a regular layer, and then the blue curacao makes the blue.
How did you make that?
So simple.
Yeah,
In a
okay.
disposable paper cup.
Okay.
You don't need any fancy popsicle molds or anything like
Okay.
that. So just a little Dixie cup.
Does alcohol take
Wait, so
longer?
you freeze
each layer.
So you're-
And then the second layer, you put the popsicle stick in.
Okay.
And then you freeze it. And then you
Does,
just pop
does
it out.
alcohol take longer to freeze?
Yes, because if there's too much alcohol, it won't freeze. like you said.
What's going on with this? Just for fun?
So this is just fun decor. I do love to have a big centerpiece, but I do love little bits of decor along
Just
the
around.
way.
Okay,
and so
got it.
that's just a vintage ball jar I have filled with poker chips, and that's just a regular ball jar.
This looks like fireworks in a bottle. I'm into it.
So this is the easy part, right? So we did the fun, the festive, and the easy. For the kids, I'd like to keep the drink simple because you don't want to overkill yourself getting ready for a party. A lemonade DIY bar is
How cute
perfect.
is that?
So there's some fresh fruit here and some syrups. You have blueberry syrup, strawberry syrup, and they can make their
it
own.
makes the color
Yes.
beautiful.
Cute.
The
Yes,
sauce,
yes.
Beautiful.
Okay, now we're moving on to the main event, which is the food.
The grill is always fired up on this occasion, but I like to have something a little healthy also.
Okay.
There's a lot of heavy things there. So this is right from the garden, no cooking necessary. Cherry tomatoes, almonds, a little basil, olive oil, Parmesan. You put it in the blender.
Wait, what is this?
That's
Is it
just a
salsa?
blended sauce. That's it. And it can sit out all day as opposed to some of the mayonnaise-based salads. You don't have to worry about that one.
It's like
isn't-
gazpacho.
Right, exactly. It's almost exactly like a gazpacho. You blend it a little
Right.
more
It's
with a little
delicious.
cheese.
I love
The
that.
Parmesan is in there. And we served it with some red, white, and blue.
Or some crunchy
White
bread.
grilled bread, blue tortillas, some radishes
That
for
is
the
so
red.
light
By the
and
way,
delicious.
look at your hot dog display. That's insane.
So everyone loves the grill. The grill is on, but I don't like to be stuck at the grill.
Yeah.
This is a really simple way to make a real statement at your party.
Okay.
You can make this ahead of time, put out your favorite toppings. The key here, this is something I learned from my mom a long time ago. To elevate any tabletop, get rid of the packaging, the bottles, the plastic containers,
Yes.
and put them simply into some ramekins. It elevates this. It's simple, but it's so much more
It's
stunning.
so cute.
Love it.
So much more stunning.
Love it. Okay.
And again, you can put everyone's favorite, so you're not stuck with one or two. And of course, we want something sweet, right? This is something the kids can help with too. We've got the flag fruit skewers, blueberries, a little marshmallow, and
Adorable.
raspberry.
That's so cute.
You
one
can
out.
use strawberries
Yes.
too. Make ahead with the kids, can be in the fridge, and just pull it out when you're ready to
I love
serve.
it.
What are these?
Okay, these are blueberry hand pies.
Wow.
It's summer, so blueberries are in season. They're ripe. They're delicious. This is one of my favorite recipes in the book. So again, the July chapter, you can serve this with whipped cream. You can season that.
Is it
whipped
tough to
cream
make?
with-
It looks like it's
So
not.
This
You tell
looks
us
hard
about
for
it.
us.
All right, here's the key. Store-bought pie crust.
Oh.
So you've got the shortcut again, and can be something you make with the kids. Just blueberries tossed with some lemon juice, a little bit of cornstarch so it doesn't seep out, but it's easy to pick up and go at a party.
That's
Handheld
delicious.
pie.
Tell us about your book, a little bit more about it. So you say it's kind of like a book club, but more fun?
Better, yes,
Okay.
exactly. It's a book club, but better. So each month is based on a wine.
Okay.
And so, for instance, July is rosé, and then in that chapter are easy recipes that go along with it. And I
That's
promise
so
you they're
cute.
easy. I have kids too. I have
Yeah.
a busy life. I don't want to spend tons of time also preparing, but
This
we
is
want to
delicious.
entertain. I'm so glad
Is
you
it
love
really easy?
It's really easy. It's fresh blueberries. And if blueberries aren't sweet, you can swap out raspberries or strawberries for that. But
So
every
good.
chapter has recipes that can be used that month with the wine or interchanged with other
Can we
months.
just point out just how you've decorated the table? It looks like you have some simple stuff, but you made it look amazing.
So again, the decor, it can be really easy. These are some things I had in my garage, and I'm not even kidding. A picnic basket on the table, flags, and more flags.
Yeah,
for
sure.
this holiday, really
Right.
nothing at all.
But the way you put them in jars.
I know,
So
it's so
jars,
cute.
baskets that you might have. This is a watering can I had in the garage.
I mean, look at this.
And I love a vintage 4th of July. You know, we're giving a little bit of that Americana feel. So things
things that you have that are old can be used again and make it feel fresh and new.
Oh my gosh, such
So good to see
good
you
ideas.
again.
Thank you, Maureen, and congratulations on the book.
Thank you.
Coming up next, to get that sun-kissed skin without all the UV rays.
Yeah, the best new products for that faux glow coming up right after this. All right, so if you want to get your glow on this summer and you don't want to spend hours soaking in the sun's rays, you can always go to Self Tanners.
Yeah, and by the way, they've come a long way, and here to help you get that faux glow with some top-rated products is new beauty senior editor at large, Sarah Edinburger.
Hi, Sarah. How are you?
I'm good.
So these are some of your faves. You like these, and sometimes it's tough. There are so many in the drugstore or wherever. You're like, I don't know what to pick.
Right, and we have seen a new generation of self tanners come through, so we definitely have some great picks here.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not like what we used to use.
No. We don't get that
starting?
tangerine tint anymore.
Yes.
So
This
first
is
you
for
want to
skin
choose
type,
about
right?
your skin type, exactly. So if you tend to be more dry, you need to go with more products that have like more of a hydration to it, more emollients, because it'll make your tan last longer and it'll just work better with your skin. This is Tan-Luxe the Butter. I love this because it is actually your moisturizer and your self tanner in one. So it seamlessly incorporates into your routine without having to add an extra step.
Is it mild? Because it's
It is a gradual. So you might need to use it a couple days to really see that tan, but it's
kinda like
also
that.
great if you're not wanting to commit to anything.
So it's not a daily moisturizer. You use it a couple of days and you're done.
I do, yeah. And then take a break and then come back to it.
Tell us about this.
Oily skin?
Yeah, water.
Yeah, so this is for oily skin. So with oily skin, you want to stick away from anything that's too heavy or too thick.
Yeah.
You want to go to your mousses or your waters. This is a really cool formulation because the DHA, which is what's in all self tanners, is suspended, which is why it's clear versus being a darker color. And you just like spray this on your body. You want to saturate your body with it and then rub it in. And it just gives you a very even, effortless tan.
When is the right time to do it? Is it after the shower or is that when you should do it?
So there is a lot of different theories if you should be totally dry or put lotion. I actually like a little bit of lotion on because I feel like it lasts longer and it's more natural looking versus a dry skin.
Okay.
Okay, so now tell us about these.
Yeah, so depending on how much time you have to commit. So let's say you do need to you had the night to put on, you think ahead.
Right.
This is going to be your gradual self tanner. So you want to get ready for the weekend, you're going to start with this right away because it's going to give you a nice tan, very even, but you need to build up to it.
But
so
really
like 2 or 3
gradual, so you'd
applications,
use
really
this a couple
gradual.
times.
And I love this Luxe Unfiltered because of the fade away. It gives you like the Hoda goodbye where it just gently leaves. It just goes away without having any breakage or anything else. It's a wonderful
what about the
self-tanner.
smell?
No, so all
smells
of
good.
these
It
are
actually
a great
smells good.
scent.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, every one of these smells really,
They
really
didn't
good.
used to smell good.
Remember, they
like
used
when
to
you would
smell like
sweat?
Fritos.
Yes.
That was the smell. It always was. Remember, it was like kind of a salty.
Carby.
I will never think of Fritos again.
Okay.
So now if you're SOS, I need a tan right away. This is what's going to give you a great tan color immediately from this. So it's a body foundation with Mally's. You're going to put it on. You can see in the demo here. It just gives you that instant color. So you're like, I'm going to wear a short skirt. I'm going to wear something that's a tank top. I need to add color immediately. This will give you instant color that that is actually something that you can believe in. Like, it looks real.
Wow. Does it wipe off or anything?
It does wipe off with soap and water. So here, since you love tips,
But it
Hoda,
won't get on clothes, will it?
No. So here's what you do. You put it on, you wait for it to dry like the 10 minutes, and then spray with a makeup setting spray, and it will stay on. It won't transfer. Like, that's your
makeup setting spray.
Makeup setting spray. It goes nowhere.
Now, this looks like a party. What's happening here?
This is a holiday in the bottle. So if you want to have a very deep tan, this is where you're going to go. The Technicolor by Bondi Sands. It's going to last like 5 to 7 days. It's a deep, streak-free tan. So you're making a commitment to this.
Is it really streak-free?
It is streak-free. Like, I love the foams. If you do want a deeper tan,
foam.
go with the foams.
Okay.
Because it's a little bit gentler. You can't
Yeah.
mess it up. It actually applies much more evenly on the skin versus something
Some
a little
people
bit
are
heavier.
using
Everybody's
a glove
using a
or
loofah.
something.
Yeah, so you can use the mitt if you want to. That it gives you a little bit easier handling. I just go straight in, live dangerously, apply it with my hands, but
And
make
then
sure you wash your hands very
immediately.
enthusiastically afterwards.
Okay,
yes.
let's get to the face. This is
Okay,
important.
so
The
this
face is always a little scary.
Yeah, right, because it's front and center. You can't hide it. If you make a mistake on your legs, you can hide it, not so much on your face. So there's some new technology when it comes to the face. This is something to use at night, and you just mist your face with it. So easy. I'll actually mist my face here.
So before you go to sleep, you mist?
Wow, you're
mist
doing
your
it right
face.
now?
Do it right now. And it just gives you this even, glow, light tan. That's all you have to do. That's it. Nothing more. And you can see, can you smell it? Can you smell my face? It smells so good, too.
It smells good.
So it's like this radiant, light, beautiful, fresh face.
We love these products.
Tan towelettes. I have a couple of friends who use them. You get them in your Christmas stocking.
Yes, Santa
from her
gives them
mother.
to me.
Well,
Or Santa.
Okay.
Mrs. Bush, what a lovely lady.
Yeah.
Oh, Mrs. Claus, rather.
Yes, yes.
So one towel is your whole body, and this is going to give you great coverage, and it just gives you that beautiful glow. It's been around forever.
Yes.
Love the way this looks,
But
and
you
it's
get
easy
why,
to get in.
right?
Yeah.
It's just beautiful. It's just perfection. They also do have this in just a face application, too, if you want just one for the face. But this, you just use it all over your lips, all over your body, from your toes to your head, and you're all set
now,
to go.
if you make a mistake and get some of this tanning stuff, like Kelsey this is her
Kelsey.
segment, so she was working on it, and look, she made a boo-boo.
Yes, this
She's got
happens.
self-tanner
She
on her
comes back from
hand.
vacation. You might have some breakage of your self-tanner.
Yeah,
So
it looks
anything
like-
from we have different applications here. So like from a mousse to if you want to do like the makeup, it will just take it off. You just need to really rub it, and you'll just see it just lifts. I mean, look at that. It just lifts it right off. So if
Will
it is something
really
like
take something?
yeah, like if it's a mousse, you just need to rub it a little bit more, kind of give it a little bit more grit, and it just pulls it right off.
You
Isn't
can
that
see.
incredible?
Gosh, that's amazing.
And so like your knees or your feet, anywhere you just make those little mistakes, just go in with this. So have
That's
the
a
survival
great
kit.
product.
With you.
Kelsey,
see, you're all fine.
Kelsey,
She's all better.
You really commit to the segments. We love you. You can check out these faux glow products at today.com/shop.
Coming up, it's summer, so what is the #1 place for fun?
The Boardwalk, baby. We're headed there right after this.
Way to go, Kelly.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Oh, this week we're celebrating summer fun and games in our new series. It's called Boardwalk Bonanza. And playing with us today is Kristen Mazzacano. She's from Geneva, Illinois. She's here with her mom, Vicki, her daughter, Mac. Mackenzie's here. Mackenzie just turned 10. All right, now,
We love that there are 3 generations
Yes.
here. We're going to have some fun. So here's how it works. You ready?
Okay.
First of all, is this weird that you came in? Like, what's going on right now?
Yeah, I don't know, but this is amazing. I'm so
Oh my God,
excited.
it's such a great day. All right, so you're going to stand behind this line right here, and you're going to throw 3 softballs or as many as you need to knock down all of those bottles.
Okay.
Then you're going to go to the next station, which is the balloon popping station. You got to pop 3. Then you go to the basketball section over there, and you got to sink 3 shots, okay? And you got to do it in 45 seconds. You're going to make your way over to Jenna.
Okay, yes, you are. And once you complete the game, if you just complete 1, you get 1 small prize, just like at a carnival.
Cute.
If you complete 2, you get a medium prize. And when you complete 3, let's put it into the universe, you get a large prize. Okay, Hoda?
Come on, you know how some of those carnivals have the large prizes year
Yes.
after year, no one wins them. You're going to win one this year. All right, Kristen, stand behind this line. Okay. You gonna, yeah, good. All right, we're going to put 45 seconds on the clock and go.
Go, Kristen.
Yeah.
Yes.
Next one.
That's it.
Get it. Yeah, next. Oh, go. Good next. Come on, girl. 1, 2. Yes.
You got
sink
it, girl.
Sink it.
Take your time. You
One,
got it.
Take your time. 'Cause you know, oh,
Yes.
1. Oh my God, she's got 2. Oh no, she's played. I can see it. You got it, girl. You got it. Get some out of the thing. You're okay. You got it. Take your. Oh my gosh! Oh, Mackenzie, your mom
Kristen.
did it. That's amazing.
Okay,
she got
Kristen,
it.
you got all 3 completed, okay? Yeah. So you get this large unicorn to give to Mac. But guess what? It's not the unicorn. It's what's in the envelope. And what it is.
What is it?
Oh, it's so good. A trip to Cap Cana in the Dominican Republic.
You're going to the DR, girl.
Oh, wait, okay. Can our announcer Lee tell us more about this trip, please?
Thanks to Apple Vacations, you're getting a 4-night stay at the Margaritaville Cap Cana in the Dominican Republic. There, you can take in the breathtaking beach, spend time at the spa, or enjoy live entertainment. Airfare is included with this trip, so pack your bags and enjoy.
We're going to the Dominican Republic. Thank you so much.
Hey, guys, what do you think? What do you guys think?
Take me. No, babysitter.
Mackenzie, what do you think of what your mom just did there? Do you have the mic?
She was very good, actually.
Actually.
Very good. Congratulations.
Oh my gosh,
Great
have
job.
the best trip and send us pictures.
All right, enjoy. We'll be back right after this.
You're going.
You play basketball. You want to follow? No. Yes, you Coming up tomorrow, it's the 4th of July party.
The Grill Dad stopped by to get our holiday cookout started right.
Plus, Preston Conrad will show us the latest in summer home decor.
And the Ohio couple making a difference in the lives of veterans.
We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Bye, y'all.
Bye.
The sun is shining, and we fired up the grill, y'all. Join me, Jocelyn Delk Adams, for a summer barbecue to remember. As a chef and cookbook author, I love to add a modern twist to classic recipes. With my tips, you can host an outdoor cookout that looks effortless and won't cost a fortune. Bringing all of your loved ones together, it makes the day that much sweeter. Booze, this party's going to be epic. Growing up, I absolutely loved summer barbecues. For me, it just felt like a time to get family and friends together and really just enjoy the weather and each other and some good food. My inspiration for a party comes from a variety of places. I love everything from travel to new restaurants. It all sort of kind of informs all of my ideas and decision making when I'm throwing a party. I guess you could call me an events rebel. I really love to break the rules. And I love that because it's really fun to sort of have something unexpected at your event. The first thing that's most important with creating an event that you absolutely love is starting with the vibe and building it with your personality. If you could bottle my personality, it would probably be like a bright orange color, so that's gonna be all through this event. I love throwing barbecues outside. If you've got a pool, which we happen to have, like, why wouldn't you set an entire event around that? You know you are always at a great party when the playlist is hot. So I wanted to focus on creating a playlist that had a lot of fun, energetic songs that made people want to get up and party. I love games at events. Seriously, if we do not have games at my event, it's not one of my events. I love everything from activities that I actually make up. I mean, it's all about making sure that your guests have a good time, and games help with that. Next, make sure that you stay organized. I am truly type A, y'all, okay? I am a person who lives and breathes by spreadsheets. When I'm thinking about an event, I start with the spreadsheet so I can stay organized, keep my guests in there, keep what I've ordered, keep what I'm serving. Literally every single detail goes in that spreadsheet. For your guest list, it's truly important that you spend a lot of time thinking about who you want seated at your table. I decided to make this party all about the amazing gals in my life. I really wanted it to be this mix of amazing women that I appreciate and who I'm inspired by. And finally, create a unique menu. When I start to think about my menu planning for my barbecue, I really want to knock my guests' socks off. I love to incorporate things that are in season. So a couple recipes I'm thinking about are maybe a watermelon salad. Watermelon is in season right now, so that's gonna be so fresh. Also, corn is in season, and I've got this like amazing corn pudding, but the key is the corn is grilled. So it's like a nice time to actually use the grill, get some nice char on that corn, and actually give it some nice texture and bite. I think I know exactly how I want this day to flow, so let's get in the kitchen and start getting that menu going. For this barbecue, I selected some of my favorite recipes that I'm gonna show you how to make. First, we're gonna start with my simple ribs. Then we're gonna move on to my elote fried corn pudding from my new cookbook, Everyday Grand, along with my watermelon salad, and then finally, my berry rhubarb punch. We're gonna get started with my simple ribs recipe, and it starts with a dry rub. I've got some Cajun seasoning here. I've got some kosher salt, gotta get some nice salt in there. I've got some mustard powder. And then I've got onion and garlic powder. I'm gonna add both of those in here. Black pepper, some smoked paprika, and I've got some chili powder. Cumin. I love cumin in literally everything. And finally, I've got some brown sugar to add some sweetness. And then we're just gonna do a quick whisk of all of this, combining it. So I started making my own spice rubs at home when I realized how easy it was to do. Like, you could literally just go in your pantry, grab all of your favorite ingredients, and pull together something that's explosive flavor-wise. I happen to like a lot of different flavors in my dry rub because I want a lot of different sensations to happen when you bite into that rib, right? You want that sweet, you want that heat, you want that nuance of flavor, and so all of these different components are gonna pull that off. And once that's combined, we're gonna get that on our ribs. These are beef ribs, and I'm going to grab some oil spray. So I like to use the oil spray. It's a little bit more controlled, and it just kind of keeps things a tiny bit cleaner during this process. The oil is going to become an adhesive for our dry rub. And then we're gonna start to add our dry rub right over our ribs. And you can add as much or as little as you want. The purpose of a dry rub is really to get that flavor penetrated into our ribs. And it's gonna take a little time because we're not breaking this down with what you would usually find in a wet rub. I'm gonna flip these over. We're gonna do another spray. And then we're gonna get that dry rub all up in there as well. And you really wanna push it into the meat so it really penetrates and you get all of that flavor. My favorite thing about barbecues are definitely the ribs. It's my favorite recipe. It's the quintessential barbecue recipe, right? So I think that all of my side dishes are gonna be the perfect complement to this main dish because this is really hearty, but it's got so much flavor, but everything else is sort of light and refreshing, so it's a perfect complement. All right, these look nice and rubbed down. So I did a quick rinse of my hands, and now we're gonna get these ready to go into the fridge. I've got some heavy duty foil because we wanna make sure that every little crevice, everything is covered so we really get that marinade to seep in. I'm gonna go one rack at a time here. Really get it covered. The ribs are wrapped and ready to go. I'm going to add these to my baking sheet, and then I'm gonna pop this in the fridge for about 6 hours at least so we can really get that marinade in there. And then we'll be ready to grill. All right, our ribs are marinating, and now when we come back, we're gonna get into our sides. While our ribs are marinating, I'm gonna get started on my elote fried corn pudding. This recipe was inspired by my trip to Mexico City, and I wanted to really sort of mix in some of that authentic Mexican flavor with some of my Southern roots. The first step is in grilling our corn. I've got some shucked corn here, and I'm going to add a little vegetable oil to the outside of it so we can make sure that this doesn't stick to the grates once we're grilling. Now I'm gonna take these out to the grill. I love adding in that char and that bite of grilled corn, and it's an amazing way to use it while it's in season too. Now that we've grilled our corn, it's time to get started on our filling. So I'm going to start here with some Mexican crema that's gonna go into our big bowl. This is so rich and creamy. It's gonna add so much flavor. And then I've got some melted butter. We've got 4 eggs here, and it's best that you crack them outside of the big bowl, so if you get any shell, it doesn't get into your major mixture here. Now I want to zest some lime so I can add in some citrus flavor. It's really gonna brighten this up. Now I've got some sugar. If you've ever had corn pudding in the South, you know it's a little bit sweet, so we gotta add in that sweet. I'm adding in some cornstarch. This is gonna help thicken everything up. And then a few spices to add some additional flavor. I've got some garlic powder, and I've got some cumin. Now this is where I get to add our grilled corn that we took off the cob. You can get that nice bite and that texture from those kernels. This is creamed corn that you can find just right in the can in your grocery store, and it's a very different texture from that grilled corn we made earlier. We're also gonna add in some cotija cheese. I'm going to mix all of this together, make sure it's nice and combined. Before we add this to our casserole dish, I'm just gonna lightly spray this so we can make sure that it doesn't stick. And then we're just gonna pour all of our corn pudding mixture right into our casserole dish. I'm gonna add some foil to this so we can have a nice even bake and it doesn't brown too much. Now I'm gonna pop this in the oven and we're gonna let this set up and get so nice and beautiful and brown, and then we'll be ready to serve. Our corn pudding is out of the oven, and let's check it out. Oh my goodness. You can just see all of that grilled corn that's come to the top and this sort of creamy, custardy texture. I like to add some decorations and really take it to another level. I like to add a little bit more of the cotija cheese. And then I also like to strategically place a few little limes here, little lime slices. Adds a little color as well. I'm gonna add some cilantro too. And then finally, I'm gonna sprinkle on a little tahini, and that little brightness with that chili and lime flavor is just gonna take this up to like a whole nother level. It's so good. Our corn pudding is ready to serve, and I know the guests are gonna love this. Now it's time to get started on my watermelon salad. This watermelon salad is so perfect for this barbecue because watermelon's in season, it's sweet, it's juicy, and it reminds me of childhood when I used to have watermelon every summer. Also, this recipe is important to me because, you know, watermelon sometimes can be pretty controversial for Black people. We can feel uncomfortable sometimes having it because of the history associated with it. So with this recipe, I really wanted to sort of say, we can reclaim it. We can feel comfortable having it again, and I hope that it brings a more positive light towards this food. The first step to making my watermelon salad is pickling some onions, and this is gonna give that nice tart flavor. People have no idea how easy it is to pickle onions at home, and I'm gonna show you. So I've got some water. I'm gonna add this to my little pot here, some white vinegar, some sugar, and some salt. And then I'm gonna crank on our heat here. And we're gonna let this get to about medium-high heat. We wanna really let that sugar dissolve, and then it's gonna be ready for pickling our onions. Our sugar has dissolved. I'm just gonna pop a garlic clove in here for some additional flavor. And then I'm gonna pour this right over our onions. Yes, 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 yes. I'm gonna cover this up. And now this is gonna go in the fridge for about 2 hours. Now we're gonna make our chipotle dressing. This recipe starts with our shallots. I'm going to add some oil. We wanna get our shallots sizzling in this medium heat so we can get them nice and tender. All right, these look good to go. I'm gonna add these into our blender. Now I'm gonna add in some lime juice, some red wine vinegar, got a little honey too, Dijon mustard, some chipotle. I'm gonna add this right on in. Nice kick of flavor, we love that. And then finally, I've got some salt and pepper. Okay. That beautiful color. You can tell when the dressing is done because it's nice and smooth. You see that chipotle has blended in and it's thickened up a bit. And this is gonna be absolutely perfect on our watermelon salad, y'all. I've got my watermelon here and I'm gonna start breaking this down. You wanna make sure you have a super sharp knife. And then also, under my cutting board, I've got a little surprise here. I've got some wet paper towel right up under it to make sure that this doesn't slip and slide. It's gonna make sure that this stays in place. To begin, I'm gonna cut off the ends of my watermelon. And then I also like to cut straight down the middle. This makes it easier when you're dealing with a much larger watermelon. You can break it down much quicker. Oh yeah, look at that. I like to get it to a stable position as quickly as possible because it's much easier to maneuver and then it's not gonna roll around a lot. We want to start to take off the sides. So we're gonna remove the rind and you can actually start to do this based on just looking at the top and seeing where it guides you. And as you remove that, just put it right into your discard bowl. We're gonna get off as much of this as possible and then we're gonna go right back around once we're done and then just clean up and get off anything that we didn't before. And then once you have all of those edges and it's pretty bright and red, this is when we're gonna actually start to cut it into strips. We're making a salad, so I'm gonna go for bigger pieces. And I'm gonna take these ones in the center and then we're gonna break these down into cubes. I'm gonna cut again into wedges. And then I'm gonna cut right across again. And there you go. Now it's time to assemble our salad. I've got our cubed watermelon here and I'm just gonna add this into a big bowl. I'm gonna also add in some cucumber. I've got some heirloom tomatoes, which are quite special. The seeds are passed down from farmers every single season, so it's a special sort of hybrid there. Going to mix all of this together. And now I'm gonna add in some greens. I've got some mint, some arugula, and some basil. Sprinkle all of that in. Just kind of mix that in as well. And this is such a beautiful, colorful salad. All right. Now we're gonna add in that dressing we made earlier. Then I'm gonna do a big toss and get all of these ingredients to just really kind of soak in that dressing. What works so great about this salad is you're just going to get so many different flavor profiles. Like that sweetness from the watermelon is just going to complement that chipotle spice that you get from the dressings. It's really sort of well balanced because of all of those flavors. Now I'm gonna transfer this to our pretty bowl. Perfect. And then I'm gonna just dress this up with our pickled onion. I'm just gonna place a few right on top. So gorgeous. And then add a little of our feta cheese. And this is gonna be a hit, y'all. This is ready to serve. If you've ever been to basically any party or barbecue, you know you gotta have a good punch, and this one is great. So I've got some water here that's boiling, and we're gonna use this to create a simple syrup for this recipe. And simple syrups are usually just water and sugar, and then you can add in whatever you want so you can really sort of bring in some additional flavor, and that's what we're gonna do here. So I'm adding in our sugar to our water, and we're gonna get that to boiling temperature. And then I'm gonna add in some berries, some strawberries, some raspberries, and then finally, because rhubarb is in season right now, I'm going to add some rhubarb. I love to work it in drinks like this, and it sort of brings down that sweetness of those berries, and it's just so delicious. And finally, I'm gonna add in some mint. I'm just gonna stir all of this to combine, and then I'm going to let this come to boiling so I can really let that sugar and all of this sort of dissolve and thicken up. Once it starts to boil, you can see that color developing, that bright red color. That is just gonna make that punch just pop, okay, on that barbecue table. It's gonna be so beautiful. This has been going for about 20 minutes and it's perfectly thickened and that syrup is like delicious. And we wanted to make sure that all that sugar dissolved. So now that it's cooled down a bit, I'm gonna go ahead and strain it. This is our berry rhubarb syrup and we're ready to assemble our punch. I'm gonna take my syrup here and add this right into my pitcher. I've also got some ginger ale and I've got a little vodka here too. Gotta have a little fun. This is mama's drink right here. All right, and then I'm gonna add in some berries as well. This is gonna be just like a nice garnish. And then do a nice little stir here to combine everything. Oh yeah, that's perfect. Pour a little into this glass. You can see that gorgeous color. Those berries fly in. Look how beautiful this is. I cannot wait to serve this to our guests. And I'm actually gonna take some of this same punch and I'm gonna turn them into popsicles. Who doesn't love a popsicle during the summer? So I know they're gonna absolutely fall in love with this whole idea. I've showed you how to make most of our menu items and I've got a few more tricks up my sleeve. I'm gonna be serving a peach salad and also a family favorite potato salad. It's almost party time, guys. Next, when we come back, we are heading out to the grill. It's the day of the barbecue, y'all. I am so excited. It's a beautiful sunny day and I cannot wait for my guests to see the spread. My first two guests are Mercedes and Kelly. I work with both of these ladies and they are like sisters to me, so I had to invite them to my barbecue. My next two guests are Lola and Amy. Lola was my college roommate, and Amy, she's a newer friend I met through blogging. Janelle, we met each other working together ages ago, and Ariana, she's my sorority sister. My last guest, well, you can't have a barbecue without inviting your mama, okay? So she definitely had to come. Mom, so good to see you. Is anyone ready to eat? Oh, yeah. Yeah, let's make our way to the table. This is my watermelon salad that's in my cookbook, Everyday Grand. Enjoy. I love it. This is the main event. Wow. That's gorgeous. Yeah. simple ribs. Even though they don't take a lot of effort, they taste amazing, y'all. You will love them. All right, ladies, cheers. Cheers. Yeah. Enjoy, dig in. So what do you guys think of the potato salad?
Well, so this is really good. Really good.
Delicious.
Look, Mama approves, that's it.
If I say it's good, it's good.
Let me tell you how long we worked on that recipe.
forever.
There is a story with that, okay? We tested it over and over and over, I think maybe at least 20 times.
At least.
And my mom and dad, they were like, nope, needs this. Nope, needs more of this. Before it went into the book, they were still nervous about it. I was
Right,
like,
we
it's
still
going
were.
into the book.
Yeah.
But it's been a
Regardless.
hit. Everyone has loved it.
Great.
Like,
You did your thing, Josh. Yeah.
okay, it's time for some games. Okay, this first one we're gonna play, it's called Celebrity in a Bag. Got all these little names in here, and these are different celebrities, and you can ask all of us yes or no questions so you can guess who the celebrity is that you ask.
Is it a girl?
Yes.
Okay. Is it an actor?
Yes.
Does she have a Grammy?
Yes, an EGOT, Emmy,
does she
Grammy,
have-
Oscar,
Oh, that's
Tony.
Oh, cool. I did not know that. Is what that meant. Is it Jennifer Hudson?
All right, guys, we've got popsicles. We've got a berry rhubarb, a peach sweet tea, and pink lemonade. Delicious.
Cheers.
I cannot thank you enough for coming and enjoying my good food and enjoying the company. It ain't over yet because we are going to get on the dance floor. Let's bust a move. Feeling inspired to throw your own summer barbecue? Scan the QR code for my recipes, featured products, and more. Just so you know, Today may get a commission for purchases made through the QR code or links on our website.
got our ultimate summer showdown. I've been waiting for a long time for this with 4th of July just around the corner. That's right. We're kicking off the official Today Show barbecue bracket. Let's get after it. It is time to decide which dish on the old picnic table reigns supreme. Let's take a look at the matchups.
Okay.
We'll start out in the Northwest. You've got your classic hamburger, Al, going against grilled chicken.
Oh, and that's a chicken breast.
Maybe your
please.
cholesterol
Why
number is going to
bother?
dictate which way you fall in that bracket. That's going to be a hard one. We got veggies taking on coleslaw. So long, coleslaw.
Right.
Then down south, we got the matchup. This is tough, man. Sausages versus pork chop. Now,
Sausage.
if the pork chop was the one my mom made me in the 70s that was cooked 180 degrees,
No.
it was gray, it had onions on it, it wouldn't have a chance. But if it's the new gastropub with the FDA lowered the
but most
temperature
people
to
don't know how to cook
135,
it.
140.
But they don't know how to cook it.
New pork chop is good.
Yes,
for
sure. New pork chop.
But not a lot of people know about new pork.
Not a lot of people.
No.
You go to a steakhouse, order a pork chop these days.
Oh, no, they're good. They're good.
I'm talking thick cut. Yeah, pull off
All
at
right, back to the
135.
bracket.
Let the
Is
temp
hot
raise. Sausage may go down on that. We're
I don't know.
going to have to
I
check
don't know.
and see how
Wait,
that
is
bracket
hot
comes
dog
out.
and sausage, or is hot dog its own category?
Hot dog is coming up in another bracket.
Corn pasta salad?
Corn goes up against pasta salad.
Corn.
All right.
Yeah.
Across the board, the simple yet. Here's your classic hot dog taking on barbecue ribs.
That's
a
not
tough one.
fair.
There is a tougher one still coming up in the bracket.
That's not
better.
fair.
Who do you like in that one?
Oh, ribs.
Yeah, go ribs. Hot steak. How about classic steaks? Got to compete with the meal on a stick, the kebab.
No, steak.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, sorry. Try to make
Kebab is when you don't care.
Finally, how about this one in the messy meal category? Pulled pork versus chicken wings?
Pulled pork. Come on. Pulled pork.
What sort of human has to make that decision?
This last
That's
one.
like
This
Duke,
last
North
one is
Carolina,
tough.
June Madness.
I don't
That's
know.
crazy. Anybody can take that one.
This
Pulled pork?
Pulled pork.
God.
I mean, listen, we all eat chicken wings probably more than we need to. How often do you really eat pulled pork? It's so delicious.
That's
so
right.
delicious.
It's worth the effort. It's worth the effort.
It is.
I'm
What about
exhausted.
the side dishes?
The side dish.
Between the pork chop and the pulled pork, those could be some surprises.
I know this one.
Sorry, guys.
This one's
Baked beans
tough.
or potato salad. This
That's
is a
tough.
who cares category.
No, are you crazy?
Who cares?
Neither.
No, come
I'll
on.
take a little spoonful of baked beans. I'll pretend like I eat it. But I don't want to. No.
Agreed.
A good potato salad.
I love that.
Deborah Roberts makes a terrific.
Could be an argument for
a
new
great
potato salad like pork chop. People make potato salad. I don't like the classic potato salad that you buy in the. But there's kind of new style potato salad.
a little mustardy.
Little
Like
mustardy.
yes.
Less mayo-y.
Taste is where it's at.
A little vinegary.
Yes.
Skin on potato-y.
Yes. Yes.
Y'all are
A little lighter.
If you want to get on the action, head over to today.com/food to vote for your top picks.
New potato salad and new pork chop.
Yeah, something to think about, guys.
You didn't even do 4th of July desserts.
We're not
Like
there yet.
brownie
We're
versus
not-
ice
listen,
cream
we're on
sundae.
every day.
Okay, okay, all right.
Like the Today Show, we need real estate
We have-
on air to break down the brackets.
My
Desserts
fa-
coming.
you know, by the way, my favorite Carson is the
Bracket
right.
Carson.
Finally, the results are in from round one of the Today Show barbecue bracket.
Yeah.
Yesterday, my friends got kicked off with a smoky 16, battling it out in an attempt to inch closer and snag that title of best barbecue dish. Shall we take a look at the board and see how it all went down? Hamburgers, no shock here, crushing grilled chicken, 85% of the vote. And it was a tight race between grilled veggies and coleslaw. I'm surprised it was even tied at all. But veggies took down coleslaw in the narrow win with 51% of the votes. Did you?
I did
Yeah.
too. I did.
Wow.
It's old
Oh,
school.
no.
The only
Coleslaw.
ones. I like coleslaw.
Despite all my rhetoric of the new pork at 135 degrees, according to the FDA now, it lost to sausage.
Not a surprise.
This might have Savannah have something to do with this too.
Yeah. Oh, I
Nobody
voted
does good
sausage.
pork chop.
I voted early and
That's a
often.
problem.
It's the Midwest, you know. Too bad. Corn on the cob, took
Yes.
down
Yeah.
macaroni salad. That's a no-brainer.
No, come on.
Across the board, some folks may be surprised, but ribs defeated hot dogs.
Yes.
Close.
Yes,
54%
that's how I went. Baby.
It's a barbecue.
I'm shocked.
It's not a barbecue.
Wait,
Hot dogs
I'm not
are a
surprised by
cookout.
that.
Yeah.
That's not a barbecue.
Exactly.
Cookout's not
No,
a
they are
barbecue.
not the
Cookout
same
and barbecue is same.
Not the same.
It is the pinnacle barbecue food.
It is
ribs.
not a barbecue.
I agree.
It's a cookout.
cookout are
Barbecue is when you cook indirect heat, low and slow. A cookout is when you cook directly over an open flame, burgers, hot dogs, wings, things like that.
I also think barbecues are planned days before.
Exactly.
Cookouts come together morning of.
Exactly.
Wait, where do you come down? Ribs or hot dogs?
I'm with Tom. I think ribs. It's just
Ribs. Yeah,
the same thing I felt about pulled pork and
Listen.
chicken wings. We all eat chicken
Okay,
wings.
guys, hot dog nation, I am with you.
All right.
Skewers didn't stand a chance against steak, so that,
Come on.
that happened.
That's ridiculous.
No shocker there.
And
And,
what
then
did
finally,
you-
chicken wings, no match for pulled pork. 64% of the vote went to pulled pork.
Wow.
Which,
I voted for pulled
we eat a
meat,
lot of
too.
chicken wings, but
Yeah.
pulled pork's, special.
Yeah.
I don't like wings.
But a lot of people.
Potato salad took down baked
Wings
beans,
and
but no one
ribs,
cared.
guys, they're bones, okay?
Head over to today.com.
Wings and ribs
Wings are not bones.
With this much meat and a lot of sauce.
This is New York.
Do you like
There-
bones?
Savannah,
This
it's
hurts
not
when you say this,
quantity,
Savannah.
It's
It hurts
quality.
my soul.
I'm sorry, but sausages, hot dogs.
Atomic wings across the street. Can we just? You've been deprived.
Have your
of a good
saucy
wing.
bones. Have your saucy bones.
We got to convert her, guys.
Okay.
We got to get some ribs.
This
We
is
gotta-
like if we're dating in college and I open the door for you and you're like, oh my God, like I've
Savannah,
never
we're gonna
seen
do
that.
ribs.
That's a knock on your last
gonna change
boyfriend.
What are you talking
Chivalry
about?
is alive.
Deep
Come on.
here.
How did this get
You've had bad wings.
That's right. And by the
Had bad
way,
wings.
I'm going to take it another step. Lamb ribs. You will go nuts.
Okay.
Lamb ribs.
No, I won't.
Today.com/food to cast your vote on the next
Do you
round.
like bones with sauce?
I love ribs and I don't like chicken wings.
And finally,
Let's go.
This got heated yesterday. It's the Great Barbecue Battle of 2021. The results are in for round 2 of our Today Show 4th of July barbecue bracket. Yesterday, I'm glad Al's not here because we fight about this all the time. Cookout versus barbecue, and we narrowed it down to the Elite 8 now. So let's zoom into the Northwest. Look at the board, which sees which dish dominated round 2. Yet again, burgers. I mean, you can't go up against grilled veggies.
No.
I don't know how they stood a chance. Burgers beat them out with 92% of the vote. And also proving you don't have to be a main dish to be the star. Corn on the cob took down sausage by a margin of 24 points. I actually went with corn on the cob because
Did you?
I
think
good
I did
Jersey
too.
corn.
Oh.
I mean, that dominates everything.
Shocked me.
I like it with my burger. Yeah.
Yes, I totally agree. Savannah, I'm sorry.
So sad, SG.
Bones with sauce.
Ribs.
knocking out steak. It's just steak is out of the competition. I'm shocked. But ribs do soldier on into the final 4.
Give me a roll of Bounty paper towels and a rack of ribs.
You're
Let's
all
go.
for it. Yeah. And probably the biggest upset, although I disagree with this one too. I love potato salad. It beat out pulled pork. And potato salad is advancing to our semifinals. So make sure you head over to today.com/food to cast
So wait,
your vote
it's
for the
ribs
next round.
versus burgers and corn versus potato salad?
No, corn versus burgers now, right? And then potato salad versus
Corn
ribs.
versus burgers.
It's going to be
potato
ribs.
salad versus ribs.
It's going to be ribs and burgers. It's going to be big.
For sure. And then
Yes.
the only question is, can ribs beat out burger? And honestly, if ribs beat burger on 4th of July, I don't know anything anymore.
I think ribs are going
I'm
to
going
beat
to question everything.
I'm with you, Savannah. I'm going burgers. And this is the news everyone has been waiting for. The results are in from our 4th of July barbecue bracket showdown. And the winner is, get a drum roll here. Taking home the crown. Burgers. All right, let's take a look at its path to victory because in round 1, burgers just totally dominated grilled chicken. I'd say that's a no-brainer. Then, of course, an even easier win against grilled veggies because who really wants a healthy alternative? That's there just to make people feel better, I think. The final matchup between potato salad, that was a real wild card. So no one could have predicted the potato salad would make it to the top 2, although I thought it would. Potato salad did beat out pulled pork in the semifinals on Friday, so that was a huge upset for many. And yet it couldn't hold a candle to our champion.
Look at that.
Burgers walking away with 83% of the vote.
That's because they hadn't had my mama's potato salad.
You think so?
Oh, man.
Well, next time I have.
That. I feel like we've always done our mom's recipes. in the
Next time
past,
I'll make
but
my mom's
next
potato.
time.
I'm
What
picky
about
with
the
potato
hot dog? No?
I mean,
didn't compare.
it's tough. Hot dogs, like, you kind of grab and go. I mean,
Yeah.
but if you want, like, a real barbecue, I think burgers.
Clearly, America agrees.
Chef Matt Moore is here with 2 easy recipes to impress your cookout crowd. Matt's latest cookbook, it's called Butcher on the Block. It highlights recipes and stories of butchers around the world. And good morning, Matt. You can't have a butcher cookbook and not bring in some meat. So.
I couldn't put a cookbook out without coming back here. So thank you guys so much for having me back.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you.
This was a great opportunity. My last 2 books were focused on barbecue and grilling. So I sought a way to combine the 2 subjects, but also kind of start at the beginning at the local butcher shop. And then also there's kind of a family narrative too, because my grandfather was a butcher based in Valdosta, Georgia.
Wow.
So a lot of family, a lot of friends going on. And today we're going to do one of my favorite family recipes, which is a shish kebab. Love okay? it. So we are using top sirloin. So I live in Nashville, Tennessee. My wife is always having me entertain and cook, and entertaining is a lot of fun, but it's super expensive.
Yes.
And so part of what this book is to go to your local butcher, create that friendship with the butcher. And so we're using top sirloin, which is typically about half the price of what you're going to pick up from like a fillet or strip. So we got 3 techniques here. We're going to start first. We've cut this into cubes. It's a really lean meat. And by cubing it, we're creating more surface area, and we're going to help, kind of tenderize this. I'm going to let you throw in the onion. One of the keys here is we want to make sure that we're cutting everything similar sizes. The second part is that we're going to add a marinade. So olive oil is going to go in. I love these flavors. I'm always using a lot of vinegar. So red wine vinegar. We've got Worcestershire sauce over here, W sauce.
And that all helps to tenderize.
This is all going to do this. And then we also have a nice blend here. You can just kind of throw the whole thing in. But we've got kosher salt. We've got fresh cracked black pepper, dried oregano. We've got crushed red pepper, some thyme, garlic, plenty of garlic.
All the good things.
So good. And then the 2 kind of coup de grace ingredients will be ground cinnamon and allspice. All that goes in. You'll mix it around. And then we want to let this marinate for about 30 minutes. It's going to create some more tenderness. So we cut it, we cube it, we let it marinate. You can do it up to overnight. And then we're going to skewer these. And you just want to have an even distribution. You don't want to overcrowd your skewers.
What do you have on there? Just onions and the meat?
Just onions and beef. You could do peppers if you want to. So again, we don't want to overcrowd. We want to grill, not steam. So we'll go ahead and throw these on. This is going to be on a grill pan if we were cooking inside. side. We're going to look for like 2 to 3 minutes per side. The other trick is that we want to make sure that we cook this to the right temperature. So about 130 degrees and we'll pull it off. Okay.
2 to 3 minutes per side. And then what do you got here?
What's your real
So
trick? Do
this
you actually
is-
stick a thermometer in? How do you?
Yeah,
really
yeah, you
know
can
it's
touch it. You can,
Yeah.
the old technique of medium rare
Okay.
to get a little tighter. So we go from San Francisco to the Bronx here in New York to the
Okay.
south of France, and we're tracking down butchers. There's plenty of meat, there's
That's
wild
awesome.
game,
Yeah, there is.
but there's seafood and vegetables too. It's
Okay.
a really well-rounded cookbook. So corn ribs, I love this. We're just going to cut this, right?
Was a couple
We're-
summers ago. They're so good.
In South Carolina, I remember
Yeah.
that.
So we've got it. We're just going to season with a little extra virgin olive oil.
Keep the core in the middle.
We just got it like this. Now, what this does is it allows us to not have the cobs roll around on the grill. We're just going to put these over direct heat.
Okay.
We create some more surface area too because we're actually kind of opening up that char. I've got
Try this,
2
Dylan.
lovely young girls, Vivian, who's just turned 8 on Monday, and Everly, who will turn 6
They're here.
on
They're
June
over there.
1st. They're over here.
Beautiful family.
And so what's great about this is, we've all been to the cookout where the kid, eats like a little piece of the corn on the
nothing.
cob and they leave it.
They waste it.
fun.
This is a good utility. It's fun. It's a finger food. And then I'm not bashful. I'm from Nashville. Little Southern love here. We're going to add a little bit of mayonnaise to kind of emulate a
I
little
was
bit of a
wondering.
street corn. And then we will just hit it with a little bit of fresh grated Parmigiano Reggiano. And then for that beauty, we've got some
is
parsley
great.
right over the top.
I don't
This is
think I
kind
can
of a
ever go
really
back.
fun.
I'm telling you, Matt.
You can just grill them, for 2 to 3 minutes till you get a really nice char on each side. And like I said, there's a lot of meat, there's a lot of game, there's seafood, but we have one of the first vegetable butchers that was right here in Italy. And the whole idea of
That's
the
a
book
real
is,
thing? That's
it's a
amazing.
real thing. It's a real thing. And we want people to kind of foster that relationship with your local butcher, right? You're going to your market, it could be a supermarket, it could be a local butcher shop. They often know the best recipes, they know how to cook, and maybe you can have them over to your house as well with some of these.
This is so good.
I want to have you guys over to our house.
I know.
This is nice and tender.
Yeah, it should be. And it's just the technique of the top sirloin with the marinade, proper cooking, and again,
good.
you're getting a lot of bang for your buck, super flavorful, stretches to feed a crowd.
Congratulations.
And I love that
Thank
you're
you
giving
so
bitches
much.
love.
So much.
They deserve
appreciate it.
Yeah.
Congrats
thanks-
on the book. Thank you.
Thank
for
you.
being
Thanks to your
here.
family for coming too. Thank you guys.
I know. For these
cute.
recipes, head to today.com/food, and don't forget Matt's new cookbook, Butcher on the Block. It is out now.
It is almost time to bust out the grill in much of the country. So until then, why don't we make a barbecue recipe you can make indoors?
Oh, that's great. And we're making your very favorite thing, Hoda Ribs.
I love ribs.
Matt Abdu is the executive chef and owner of Pig Beach right here in New York City.
So we're cooking up some hot honey ribs. Ready to get to
Yay!
it?
Oh, that
So
sounds good.
super simple. Every good barbecue has to start with a good rub. So in our bowl over here, we have the secret that makes this hot honey rub amazing. Honey granules. Now you can find these like on the internet. Just order them.
I've never
It's like granulated
Does it taste like honey?
It tastes
Can
like
I-
honey. Yeah, it's like sugar, but it's like coated with honey, so they're honey granules. So in our bowl, we have some honey granules, some sugar. Jen, if you don't mind, you got some onion, garlic, paprika, and all the herbs and spices. They go in that bowl. You get it all mixed up and together.
Okay.
This is your rub. This is all you need. You can put
Should I do this?
all that's going to go in there too. Salt, pepper, paprika, a little ghost chili pepper powder for the heat, a little heat to zip in there. Mix that all together. Put that in a container in your pantry. Save it when you need it.
What's that?
Our hot honey barbecue sauce. In here we have honey and ketchup.
Honey and ketchup?
Honey and ketchup. It's the base to every great barbecue sauce right out
I
there.
feel like ketchup is on everything.
It really is. I
Honey
mean, it's
and
the
ketchup.
perfect base for barbecue
Okay,
sauce.
and then
so
what?
then add the rest, brown sugar,
dump
molasses,
this in?
Worcestershire, some white vinegar, again, some more herbs and spices. We're gonna let that simmer
Look at
for
that.
about 10 minutes. You guys are doing perfect.
What's going on here?
I love
What
it.
is all this? This go into?
That all the herbs and spices go in. You
There's
let that
lots of
simmer. Hold on,
spices.
I'm loving this. You guys are killing it right now. Let that simmer for about 10, 15 minutes or so, develop all the flavors. Now, what's really cool about making these ribs is that you don't need a smoker, you don't need anything like fancy like that. You can do these at home in your oven.
I feel like Hoda's going to make these ribs. She's
I mean,
a
it's-
real
it's
rib
so-
person.
it's so
She and my
easy.
dad love ribs.
So the first,
much like
that's
your dad.
incredible. I love it.
They really are.
So what we're going to do first is we're going to do what's called a dry brine, which basically just means we're going to put it with some salt and pepper first. It's going to help for the moisture
mix
and the
them.
flavor.
Look,
So,
I know.
got a little pepper there. Can't go wrong with that, right?
Pepper?
Yeah.
How much
so
do you put on? Is that too
that's a little heavy, but perfect.
can you
Look at
rub
you.
it?
No, yeah, you're rubbing it right in.
I
That's
thought you were
exactly
supposed to rub it.
Okay.
So we're gonna let that sit like that for 10 or 15 minutes. Then we're gonna come here. We have our hot honey rub that we made earlier.
Oh, that's what you made.
That gets seasoned and sprinkled all over the tops
You
and the
put
bottom.
lots?
You can
Show me how much.
yeah, you can rock and roll with that. Generously coat it all. And then what's cool about this recipe is we're gonna take that. We're gonna finish it with some apple juice and apple cider vinegar. Pour that right in there with it. We're gonna add a little bit of
Just on the
moisture,
side.
sweetness.
Why'd you do it on the side like that?
You could do it on top. It doesn't really matter. I was just trying to
Wait,
for the camera.
apple juice and
An
apple,
And apple cider
vinegar.
Sweet and sour, get that nice in there. Then we're gonna wrap them up in foil, put them in the oven, bake them at 250 degrees for about 3 to 3.5 hours or so until they're fall off the bone tender like we have here.
Okay.
Then on your grill pan, or anything of that nature, we're gonna take them, we're gonna whack stack them right onto that grill pan to get nice grill marks all over them, and we're gonna baste the bottom sides first with that hot honey barbecue sauce.
Why the bottom side first?
Because we want every bite to have that delicious barbecue sauce.
Sure
on
do.
it.
You gotta slather it. You can't. No, this is.
And you're gonna let those cook on the bottom side like that first for a little bit. Got that sizzle happening. Then about after 2 or 3 minutes or so, you're gonna flip it, do the same thing on the top side, and then you have these decadent hot honey glazed.
I'm coming over. Okay, just
baby
go for
back
it.
ribs. Just go for it. Dive on in.
I want more sauce.
And then any great barbecue needs a good side. Here's some Mexican street corn recipes.
Here, do you want some more sauce?
Super
Here,
simple,
Jenna, you didn't
perfect,
get enough.
delicious corn recipe.
Does your restaurant deliver? Because
We sure do. We're on your toes.
Wait, you are?
Likes
Yes,
to
we
order
are.
ribs every once
Let's
in a
go.
while.
Hoda, anything. You just call me. We'll take care of it.
All right, Jen, it's time to fire up the grill. We got ourselves a Memorial Day barbecue with the one, the only Alex Guarnaschelli. You look really good.
Yes.
Alex.
First of all,
Have a
Alex is
moment.
glowing.
What happened? Yeah,
you
are.
look
You have
gorgeous.
Good hair, and you got good. Everything's happening.
And the hamburgers. Even we also want to just say that you're the host of Food Network's Supermarket Stakeout, and she's here with a decadent burger, and by decadent we mean a big baby.
This
a
is
big
huge.
burger.
So wait, what are we doing here, Alex? What's first step?
Well, I'm making a cheese sauce. Would you throw this
Cheese
in Parmesan and a little cheddar and what? Okay, I like your style. My tip was going to be add your cheese slowly so it doesn't clump.
Oh, no.
I love
Alex,
you.
Alex.
Go ahead, add that
Slowly?
Parmesan nice and slowly.
Nice,
New York
yeah.
City style.
Yes.
Dump it in.
Okay.
And you stir it, a little mustard, a little hot sauce. We just add a little bit to just
So
a little warm cream.
That's going to be the sauce on top of the burger? Is that what you're talking
yeah,
about?
this
and
is
the
like
donkey?
Or a dippy sauce.
Dip sauce.
Yeah, I mean, you could literally make this cheese sauce and then just
Do
Put
whatever.
chips in it.
potato chips or
Yeah.
whatever.
Okay, so now the big Mongo
moment.
burger.
The big
Yeah.
moment is we're doing a triple decker burger with the cheese sauce. Okay, we're going all out.
You really are.
What are you doing to us?
For summer,
I
but
know.
you said I look all
Yeah,
glowy.
you
It's
do.
all the
You
hamburgers.
do.
So this is just a mix, right? 85-15. We want short rib and sirloin. Those are the
Wow.
good cuts. We form our burgers nice and thin for the triple decker.
I like that
Do
because
you like that
there are
idea?
3 burgers.
Now,
so.
do you put anything in there other than
You
the ground
just
meat?
keep it that?
You know what? I'm glad you asked. People are always working their
Yeah,
burgers.
yeah.
It gets tough to meat.
Oh.
Just make a little patty. Be gentle.
But you don't want to add spices in there. You put them out. You put just
it's
salt and
just
pepper at
plain
the
meat
end.
with some salt and pepper.
That's it.
You're a classic.
Yeah,
know
exactly.
that.
And then we just drop them in a hot pan and you just get them cooking.
Is there oil on that?
Yeah, a little bit. No oil on the burgers themselves, but just pop them right in the pan like this, right?
But what's in the pan?
Just
Oil.
a little hot canola oil.
Okay.
That's it. We keep it really simple. You could throw these on the grill. When you're done cooking them and you have these lovely burger juices, that's where we make our onion topping. We go right in the same pan. Ooh, and pickle juice.
Pickle juice.
In with the onions because it's like zingy,
Yeah, I
vinegary.
kind of like that.
I love this
It's a-
idea. You're using the meat juice and,
And
some pickle juice.
And it's sitting in your fridge in a jar of pickles. You have one lonely pickle, like, help me.
Get it.
That's
Yeah.
true.
That
What do you want
brine,
to do with
dump
it?
it in there.
Salad
I heard that if
dressings.
you have cramps, you should drink pickle juice.
Is that true?
I'm not sure.
I think that if you have Memorial Day needs for a triple decker burger, it's good too.
Yeah.
Let's throw that in there.
Okay, what are we making here? What is
So
this?
we're
A side
making
salad?
a little topping, with a little oil, vinegar, a little lemon, a little.
I feel like that takes it up a notch.
Well, here's my other little tip: is instead of doing slices that slide all around with the tomatoes, we cut them up so they don't fall out
Look,
as
to put
much.
a little beautiful salad on your hamburger.
So, so you toast your bun.
So you do, I toast my bun.
Are you a toaster?
Yes, of course I am.
Yeah, let's toast it up.
Sorry, Hoda.
No, you know what? For a hot dog, however, I don't.
Because you want that.
I want that mushy New York street dog vibe.
Okay, so here's the cheese sauce.
So this is how we built a little
Look
of
at
those
that.
pickly onions, a little bit of that cheese sauce, and we just build that nice mix.
And then another patty on top?
Yeah, we do that. And then we cheese sauce, please.
3 is
Dr. Cheese sauce.
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
who is
ma'am.
this is like humongo.
This is America.
Yes.
This is Memorial Day.
More.
Yes.
One more bun.
Less is more.
Oh, we gotta try them.
Yeah, let's get it.
Oops.
Love it. Perfect.
That I think 3 might be too many. Just saying.
Yeah, no, you can
Now,
go
can
2,
you put
can
ketchup
go
on
1.
this, or you're not for that?
You can totally put ketchup.
I don't think mine has cheese sauce.
I can't work
Oh,
with
that's
we're
yours.
switching. We're switching.
Oops.
Give me that.
And then just a little potato salad to go with that. You could do 2 of these. Just clean and oil your grill and get it good and hot, and you will have great results. Keep it
Love that.
simple.
So yummy.
The last moment of this segment is just people chewing. I think this is a testament to the fact that people have got to get down with this.
Potato salad is basically has relish in it and mustard.
It's no mayo. It's just a little olive oil and mustard to keep it light for the
Olive oil
burger.
and mustard, that's it?
But
Yeah,
there's
a little bit
pickles.
of vinegar.
What are
and
these
juice.
pickles?
And chopped up pickles and pickle juice.
and pickle juice.
I put pickle juice in everything.
Yeah, Alex, you're the best. So to get this recipe, head to today.com/food.
We're back now at Today Food. The unofficial start to summer means it's officially grilling season. And this morning we are taking your burger game to another level. Chef and host of All Up in My Grill, Dale Taldy, is going to show us how. Take it away, Dale.
What's up, guys? Chef Dale Taldy here, and I'm excited to show you my dry-aged beef burgers with boulanger potatoes and Dijonnaise on a pillowy brioche bun. Let's get started. So we have some dry-aged beef that we've ground up. Listen, we're making burgers, guys, so level up your game, get some dry-aged meat. So while we wait for our pan to get hot, we're gonna season these burgers. And what I want you guys to do is add a ton of salt to it, because if you're gonna sear them or get them on the grill, a little salt's gonna come off the pan. So get these nice and seasoned. And next, we're gonna jump right into my favorite part of these burgers, which makes them super special, the boulangerie potatoes. So right here, we've started this process for you, right? So we have some potatoes here. We're gonna get some caramelized onions going. That's gonna be one layer. Put all the goodness in here. We're gonna add some crispy bacon. We're gonna add some Parmesan cheese. And now we're gonna add another layer of potatoes. And then we're just gonna repeat this process until we have like 3 or 4 layers of beautiful potatoes, right? So then let's hit this with some salt and pepper as well. And don't forget, we have some sprigs of thyme here that we want you to kind of take off and dust the top with this beautiful floral thyme. Then we'll repeat the process. And we cover this with some beautiful beef stock. And then we get this cooked into an oven. And we have got some already made here. Look at these beautiful potatoes. Our pan's hot. Let's get them into get our burgers into the pan. And whenever you're putting burgers into a pan, let's, away from you. Away. And while those are cooking, we can get started on our sauce for our burgers. So it's basically just a little bit of Dijon mustard and some mayonnaise. I'm using a fancy Japanese mayonnaise, but any type of regular mayonnaise will do here. And if you really want to, level up, take this to the next level, a little bit of truffle in here would be amazing. And one of the most important parts about doing burgers is not touching them, right? So let them cook, let them do their thing, let them get a nice sear. And while these are cooking, right, I've already done this process for you. So we have our potatoes here. We've topped the burger ahead of time right here. You can see it's a beautiful burger. We've topped this off with Gruyere and some fontina cheese. What I like to do is take these scalloped potatoes or these boulangerie potatoes, put it right on top like that. and then top it off with our Dijonnaise. And that, guys, is a fantastic burger that's leveling up. Dry aged beef burger, boulangere potatoes, Dijonnaise. Let's do it. Cheers.
How bad do you want a burger?
Yum.
You guys probably at home will have burgers today, perhaps.
I know.
Maybe.
Maybe you do. Dale, thank you for the recipes. Head to today.com/food.
Our good friend Utica in the house,
Oh, baby.
Mr. Matt
So
Abdu.
good to see you, Mr. Roker. Thank you so much for having me.
Pig Beach Barbecue here
That's
in New York
right.
and West Palm Beach.
That's right.
That's right.
Indeed.
So you are making, I mean, there's fully loaded and then there's fully
That's
loaded.
right. That's right.
So what are these hot dogs?
So what we're doing today is we're taking the hot dog, we're elevating it to the next level. And the great thing about what we're doing here is that every single thing we're making is good enough on its own, but adding it to a hot dog is just going to make it like that much more next level.
My gosh. So what are we starting
So
with?
starting off here, this is slow cooker pulled pork. So you can do this the night before, put it in before you go to bed, wake up, pulled pork's ready to go for
Ready
the
to
game.
go.
In a slow cooker, whatever you got, we have some pork shoulder cubed up, apple cider vinegar, apple juice, and our world famous Pig Beach barbecue seasoning. Recipe at
stuff.
today.com
Oh,
or
yeah.
in the Pig Beach barbecue cookbook.
Fantastic. Put that
lid on it, cook it for about overnight, low and slow until it's shredded and done.
All right.
In this pot, we're missing Jenna today because we're kicking up some queso, that good old signature canned tomatoes and chilies with that cheesy sauce.
Okay.
Mix it, melt it all
Is that
together.
just like a Velveeta type of thing?
Exactly.
Okay.
Perfect with whatever you want to do. Eat it with cheese, tortillas, or just put it on the hot dog.
Now, what kind of
And
hot
here-
dog do you like?
So we have some really special hot dogs here. Our good friend Chef Ralph Perazzo makes these amazing all-beef natural casing hot dogs. I love them. It's what we use at Pig Beach.
So they got a nice snap to
They
them
got
when
a
you
beautiful
bite them.
snap to them. They're incredible.
Like the snap. Did you have the snap yet?
I got the snap.
All
I
right.
love you guys.
2 snaps.
Two
Okay.
snaps, there it is.
All right, so you're
take the hot
grilling
dog,
these.
whether you want to grill it, whether you want to boil it, whether you want to griddle it, whatever you have. If you're tailgating and cooking at home, we're going to take these things, we're going to throw them on the grill.
Right.
Cook them. Once they got some nice marks on them, they're all set to go. Take your hot dogs.
Do you like the potato bun?
I'm a huge fan of the potato bun. I love that soft, squishy, slightly sweet kind of texture to it. And from here on out, load it up with whatever you want. And this you're gonna have some fun. You can either have the pulled pork, the chili, the cheese, a combination of everything, some crispy onions, pickled jalapenos, a little cherry pepper relish, whatever it has you. What do you guys think?
Oh my
Come
God.
on.
Getting after it?
A lot
I love
of
it.
snap to it.
Can't ever go wrong with a good hot dog, right?
man.
The most iconic tailgating food that's out there, great football food. Every stadium on the planet's got a good old hot dog. This is a way to elevate it at your home.
Now you're making a great cheesy bacon dip.
So this dip, I gotta tell you, this dip is something that the first time I had it, it kind of blew my mind a little bit. I had it during when everyone was like locked in home during quarantining. My mother-in-law made this for me. Hey, Connie. Hi, Luke. Hi, Megan. Love you guys.
Hey, everybody.
It's so simple to make. All it is cream cheese, some shredded Swiss cheese or Gruyere, and some mayonnaise. We're just gonna take all of this, put it in a bowl
Perfect.
together.
That's a
The
serious
mayonnaise, right?
Exactly.
It's
Well,
what's
dry
gonna
January's over. So.
dry January. There you go. You're good to go. You're gonna take all of this and you're just gonna simply mix it together. Hopefully your cream cheese is nice and tempered, so it's easy to mix.
So you want like room temperature?
Room temperature cream cheese makes it a lot easier just to kind of get all that stuff mixed together. And then it's just going to go into whatever sort of baking dish that you have. I like
Right.
these oval baking dishes because they look pretty when they're done. Put the right into the baking dish like this. Preheat your oven to 425 degrees or so. Bake it for about 10 to 12 minutes or until all the cheese is nice and melted.
Yeah.
Then blast it on your broiler just for a few minutes to get that nice caramelized top right here.
Quesos seize, and they're almost not great after about 15 minutes. This is delicious.
Yeah, I mean, even when it does cool down, it's even great too. Like, get some crusty bread if you didn't have any crackers and just go have some fun with it.
You had the bacon now?
So yeah, after it's out of the broiler, you get that nice caramelization on top, that nice color. It's got that little crunchy, cheesy part. Bacon, why not? Bacon makes everything better. We're just gonna load up the top with tons and tons of bacon.
And I noticed you got some scallions.
We got some scallions. If you know, knife skills, whatever, we can have some fun. Slice them all up. Garnish the top of it with some crispy bacon. These sliced scallions over the top of it, and then get your favorite cracker crackers, whatever you like. I love these rice crackers because I think they're nice and crunchy and they hold up really well.
We're loving the Ritz.
The Ritz.
And you can't ever go wrong with a Ritz. Those buttery deliciousness crackers, they're perfect for anything.
Good cracker.
And of
Good
course,
cracker.
finishing it all with an amazing beer for that football tailgating season.
Now, how
and
many?
we're good to go.
Matt, how much of this could you make ahead of time? So that you're
That's the great thing. You can make almost everything ahead of time so that the day of, all you have to do is just warm things up and get them hot. Finish the hot dogs. You can have a nice little fun buffet with it. Put all the stuff out. People can either just get bowls of it and eat it, or they can put it on their hot dogs, have their own sort of like self-making session. It's fabulous.
Tasting table, what say ye?
Oh,
my God.
A good Roker welcome back meal right
This
here.
is the best.
Yeah.
That's right.
It's meat wrapped in meat, with the bacon on top.
Nothing
With
but the
more
best
meat.
for our guy
Oh,
right
my
here,
God.
right? We're so excited. I heard the doctor said you need to eat good foods and all that
I mean,
sort of thing.
th-
So here we go, Doc. We're doctor's orders right now.
Pulling a chair up, slapping on the feed bag. Matt, thank you so much. You can find Matt's recipes at today.com/food.
Firing up the grill as we all head into the long holiday weekend. If you want to serve a dish that's going to wow your crowd right here, you're in luck. Mike Pluma from the Gotham Burger Social Club, known for serving up New York's hottest smash burgers at his famous pop-ups. Mike, good to see you. This is my new favorite thing to make at the house is the smash burger.
Smash burgers are all the craze right now.
What makes the Gotham Burger so great or separates it from everything?
That's what I do. I make it.
You make it. It's the
It's
love
all
and care
me.
you put into it.
You know, it's a nostalgic flavor. It's fun to make. You know, as opposed to the old way of grilling a burger, you throw beef on a patty, you walk away, flip it, and you were done. It's a little bit more interactive, a lot more fun. You build a lot more crust, a lot more flavor.
Right. It's that Maillard process, right? It's like when you smash down the burger.
And when you flip it, the onions steam
You
into
get
the
more
beef.
flavor,
You get that familiar
more
fast
crisp.
food flavor.
All right, so let's just start with the beef ratio. Do you have a
80-20.
80-20.
3-ounce balls.
In a ball.
Get them on there. Let's get some onions on top.
Anything special about the onions? They're just raw,
Thin
simple?
sliced.
Thin
That
sliced.
is the secret. If it's not thin sliced, this is not going to cook
And then
properly.
quickly on a hot surface, you're
Get
smashing
it right
as quickly
away.
as you can. Yeah.
All right, and then we're going to salt it.
These must cook pretty quick since they're so thin.
Couple of minutes, literally a couple minutes each side, and you're done. So we'll move this one along. We'll give it a little flip, and that's the crust you're looking for. You don't want to see a gray burger. You want to get that crust.
That looks incredible. What special kitchen tools do you need? Because not everybody has. You need
A good smasher, you can roll it out with a rolling pin and place it on. Obviously, it's more fun using one of these.
Yeah.
And a scraper will work great.
All right,
Make sure you keep that crust on there.
Yep.
Let's get some cheese.
American cheese. The guys are eating it down there. How is it?
So good.
Unbelievable.
Loving it?
Yeah.
Delicious.
It's just nice and crispy.
And then once you get it, I like a double.
Yeah.
You could certainly do a single.
Yeah.
But let's stack these up.
Stack them up.
And
it's beautiful.
once those onions start to really get brown and crispy, that's when you want to pull it off.
And what are you putting it on?
We're going to go to a potato bun. I think that's just a classic bun. Any good soft bun is going to work.
Sauce it up.
What I love to do is sauce it up with some. Let's get this one off.
Yep. It really is hard to go back to
look at all
just the
that melty
conventional burger
cheese,
after you have this.
The
It's like,
grilled onions.
why would I have anything else?
And go with your favorite toppings. I like a little bit of special sauce.
And it's still
special sauce is special. A little bit of mustard just to know it's there, that nostalgic flavor, and a little bit of ketchup. And I like pickles. I use
I do too.
actually a hot and sweet pickle. You can use dill. You can use complete bread, plain bread and butter.
Yep.
And that's it. What kind of beef? What kind of beef are we talking about? 80-20.
80-20.
80-20. You can even go 75-25. A little more fat is going
Did
to
you toast the potato bun too, or
I like to toast the top.
A little top?
Just gives a little nuttiness, a little texture also on the bun.
It's awesome. Walk me through the Walter dog. It's a
The
bit
Walter dog.
unconventional.
There's a classic out of Westchester. I realize we've been cooking hot dogs wrong the whole time. We usually boil them whole, cook them whole, split them, put a little butter on there, and you're going to get an amazing crust on the complete surface of the dog.
So you take the hot dog out of the package and then like butterfly it?
Butterfly it
Put a little butter
3/4
in
of the
there
way down.
and then grill it that way?
And you know what you can do now with this way? You can double them up.
Of course. Why would you not do that?
Double them up. Whoa.
I like to top it with a little bit of classic relish.
I like to soak my dogs in beer for about 45 minutes before they kind of plump up a little bit.
Nothing wrong with that. That's like a Dijon mustard, or what kind of mustard we got there? I go spicy yellow. Spicy
Yeah.
Everybody's got their own thing, you know?
But again, this is all about what you like. You know, nothing tastes better than memories. And the stuff that you grew up on is what you're going to like. Amen. So if you like yellow mustard, spicy mustard, Dijon, knock yourself out.
And the cheese is also awesome. What's a good kind of cheese for the burger?
American
And-
cheese. Yellow American for me melts the best. You can certainly use other cheeses, but that's the classic burger.
Did you say you
cheese.
put butter on the hot dog?
I do.
on the
You
raw
put a
hot
little
dog.
bit of butter on the griddle, put it down, let it just crisp up on both sides. Wow. You could even put a press down. That'll help build that crust as well on it.
These are good tips because you know what's about to happen in this country starting tonight.
There's going to be a
Everybody's
lot
gonna
of
out
grilling.
here.
So
Quickly,
now
we got to go. But Mike,
the tots.
The chopped cheese.
What do you do with your leftover beef, onions, and cheese? You make a chopped cheese. It's a bodega classic.
Again, American cheese.
You're going to just
the tots.
Basically, grill up all your beef, chop that cheese in there. You're going to get it all melted.
Let me just say this while you're cooking it. Be sure and check out these.
Then you're going to
recipes.
top
It's
some tots.
/food. This morning on Today Food, it's another edition of Grillin' and Chillin' with us, the Dailies. This is where Siri and I combined two of our greatest passions. It's not our children. It's cooking for you. It's music
there,
for
though.
me. Our kids are a close third, however. And we're going to start. Should I start with my cocktail first?
Yes. This is called, what do we call it?
This is the red, white, and bourbon. We're just going to get a little ice. We're going to take a healthy dose of bourbon.
Just
We're
a
gonna
splash.
take a little OJ, just a splash of OJ, a little lemon juice, a little lime juice.
You're doing so good.
A little bit of simple syrup. We're gonna mix it up. Craig Melvin is a big bourbon guy too, so you're gonna mix that up.
Made you a mocktail, Jenna. Yes.
We're gonna mix this. We're gonna pour it over some ice. And then I'm gonna top it with just a little bit of grapefruit soda.
And then the cute star fruit.
I wouldn't do the star fruit, but
Oh, come
say
on.
it 'cause TV.
It's 4th of July.
There it is.
Yeah.
So what are we cooking?
Okay, so next we're gonna do some hot dogs, and we like to soak our hot dogs in beer.
Yeah.
So first I'm gonna cut like little slits, kind of diagonally in the hot dogs. That's gonna let the beer really soak in, and it's gonna give the hot dogs a nice char when you grill them. So, put them in the beer.
This is something that my mom did when I was growing up.
Yeah.
I've carried it over ever since.
And
Any
if they
beer, darker beer is usually a little bit better, but any beer will
Person
do.
makes the best hot dogs, and I swear it's because of that. Now, next we're gonna grill up some toppings, and we're gonna make them in foil, cook them in foil on the grill, so it makes like clean up a breeze.
Yep.
So I've got onions, peppers, over here some mushrooms, bacon, garlic. All you have to do is drizzle with some olive oil.
Woo!
And salt and pepper. Hey, where's my red, white, and bourbon?
Yeah, right here.
Salt and pepper, and then I'll show you how to grill this up. Why don't you work on the dogs over there?
This is a dog shot too. If you want to go
Oh,
ahead
don't
and
do
this.
that. Don't do that. Oh!
I mean, the dog's like cooked. Got the beer. Oh, that's delicious.
So then
How
you're
dare
going
you.
to take the short sides and fold, and then the long sides and fold. And just make sure you have a little bit of space so that the veggies will vent. Plop that on the grill, like how easy, about 20 minutes.
Johnny, get in here. So this is how the people ask, why do you cut the hot dog? Like, do the juices run out? It's not a burger where you lose the juices. These slits, as Siri said, they create a little bit of that char there. And I swear the beer gives it just a little bit of more of a ballpark plump feel to
don't
it.
you think?
They get juicier.
Dad used to slice the hot
This is
dogs.
one of the best hot dogs.
Yeah, you can. It's okay. You like it?
It's a great dog.
How's the
food.
bourbon cocktail?
This is fantastic.
All right, good.
Why you been
Here are the
holding back?
toppings. Yeah, exactly. And I like to add like cheese, jalapenos, avocado, whatever you want. But it makes it so easy to clean up afterwards. There you go.
Yeah, it's fun just to
Okay.
put out a bunch of toppings and let everybody kind of pick
We're
whatever
really
they want.
into like burger bars, hot dog bars, baked potato bars, anything
Right.
where guests can
Any
assemble
sort
their
of
own
bar,
food.
really.
Regular bar. Okay, so this is super fun. We're gonna grill popcorn, and we do a lot of like popcorn over the stove at home.
We've never done this.
But this, that is not true. Okay, so we have a pie. And
We've never grilled popcorn.
Popcorn. Right?
It's just, I can't fake the fun, dude. We've never grilled popcorn. I love the idea. How do we do it, Siri?
Disposable pie pan.
Yep.
A little bit of veggie oil, like 3 tablespoons.
Yep.
And then you're just gonna wrap it in foil again. We're all about
This is a foil
cooking.
thing. Okay.
Probably
Exactly.
traveling.
What's with the s'mores
A
stuff?
little.
Does that
So
go in
now
the
we're going to
popcorn?
turn it into s'mores popcorn
Nice.
because grilled popcorn
Wait,
isn't
does
enough.
it really pop on the grill?
Yes. So you just put it on the grill.
No, we've never
like,
done it, but
listen
we're
to
hoping it does.
And you want to take these and kind of shake it up a couple times on the grill, but it pops just like it would pop on the stove.
I love the salty and sweet.
Yeah, so then to make it s'mores popcorn, break up some graham crackers. This is like the easiest thing ever. We have some melted butter.
Wow.
Hershey's.
The butter is key.
We should make this for the kids. They would love
That is a healthy amount of
Would
butter
love
too.
it.
I like that.
Yeah, you gotta have the butter. And then the marshmallows. Like, how fun is that? And a little bit of salt, because again, the salty sweet
Oh, that
is
is.
like
It's good
my
to
favorite
soak this in beer too, just a little bit to help pump up the popcorn a little bit. We'll just
Yeah,
toss
there you
this.
go. Toss it. Toss it with your
How
beer.
does it all taste, guys?
It's so
Is that
good.
good? Is that a good
It's
snack?
fantastic.
If you love nothing better than a good old-fashioned hot dog with mustard and ketchup, what we're about to show you might blow your mind a little bit.
Yeah, we're going to fancy up your Franks with delicious toppings from chef and culinary instructor Ashton Keefe, who also used to be one of our Today Show food stylists. Is it weird to come back?
No, I love it. I love being here.
It's like your people are here. So talk to us about fancying up. My kids like a staple twice a week hot dogs. That's how we do it. Oh, we just cook them on the stove and that's it. But how can we make something a little bit better?
Well, everybody's grilling this summer. It's really, really fun. But I like to combine things that you would be eating at a barbecue anyway. So we're doing our first fancy Frank is a Mexican dog. So we're doing guacamole, street corn on the hot dog.
Easy, so
right?
no sides. It's all right there.
Yes,
Delicious.
so
Yeah.
fun. So we're gonna make the guacamole. Everybody knows how to make this. Really simple. And then you can use this as a side too
So
throughout.
what is it, avocado, lime, and
Just
cilantro?
mash it up. I'm gonna get you guys involved.
Okay.
Just go
Cilantro
ahead
you
and
put in here.
just toss that in here.
I just Purell.
You know what?
Amazing.
Just dump the whole thing.
Really?
You don't even
All
need to-
that?
Yeah, all the cilantro.
Okie dokie.
And then
Here we go.
lime juice,
How
and
much
then
salt?
just give me a nice big pinch. Ooh,
that good?
I like it.
Too much?
Yeah, no, I love it. I love it.
I don't know.
Exactly. So you'll mix this up. This will become
Okay.
a guacamole.
Okay.
And then we have Mexican street corn. So when you're grilling your dogs, you can also be grilling your ears of corn.
Smart.
And then just do it all at once.
Do you do everything outside on the grill? You like that the best?
I like that.
Yeah.
It's summer. I mean, if
Yeah.
you don't, you can definitely do this on a grill pan inside.
Okay.
That's easy. And then that's just some onions, some cojita cheese. We've
Cojita?
got
Okay.
some olive oil.
Okay.
We've got
So it's
some
delicious.
salt.
The whole
Yeah.
thing?
Go for it.
Yeah, why not?
Sour cream and then lime zest. So you can just take, microplane, go for it. You can just microplane that right in there.
I swear, I was like, what's happening?
It's going to also clean your brush in that segment. Okay, hold on.
Cute little
Just
thing.
like that.
Oh, I
and then
love
you mix this up, and we'll go up here and I'll show you guys
This
the
is my
finish.
favorite. The
And
corn is so refreshing in summer.
It's so
really
good.
nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we've got some Franks just grilling up here.
Okay. So
Just
now
like
you just
this.
dress it up the way you want.
Absolutely.
You cook your bun.
You have to cook the bun.
You do?
Otherwise, it's mush. You're putting foam around it. Yeah. You
Foam
need some
around it.
crispness.
You can put some butter on
And
that
then what,
too.
you just dress it any way you
Yeah,
want?
so put some of that avocado mash, guacamole, and then
yum.
you've got your Mexican street corn.
Come on, that looks
It
so
looks
delicious.
delicious.
It's so good.
These are thin little hot dogs. I like to get the thicker ones. I'm
do?
not just saying it. Yes. No, I'm not saying to be funny. I really like the thicker ones. It's not long and thin. Look at it.
I don't know. We're gonna move to the next one after that comment. You can do a vegetarian dog too if you want.
Okay,
As well.
I definitely would.
Definitely
Okay.
do a vegetarian
Okay.
dog. And then we're gonna go to the Italian dog.
Okay,
And what we did is I cooked these a little bit, like par cooked them, grilled them, and then I'm gonna roll it up in a little prosciutto.
Oh, that's interesting.
Isn't that kind of fancy? And then you throw it back on the grill.
Wow.
Just like that. And you've got a nice crispy prosciutto.
Meat on meat.
Meat
Okay. I've seen
on
that
meat.
before. I love it.
Meat on meat.
Yeah.
All right, and now what do you do with
And
it?
then this one is actually topped with some roasted red peppers, which I don't know
Okay.
where they went, but
Okay.
we will
pluck 'em
we'll
from
just
that
pluck
one.
them
That's
from
okay.
right here. But
That's
you guys
okay,
will
yeah.
see.
So you put roasted red
Roasted red
peppers on top.
and then I
So-
like to use like a hoagie and do mozzarella.
Oh, and look at the mozzarella.
delish.
Yum. And look at how your cute little basket with a couple of chips.
nice.
See?
It's like a little
You get the
dip
whole meal
and a-
instead of having to. That was great.
Yeah.
So, I love hot dogs. This was exciting
I
for
know,
me.
and it's we're so happy you're back too
Oh
to
my
hang
gosh,
with us
so great to
today.
be here. So great to
To
be
get the
here.
recipes, go to today.com/food.
This one is a sweet and salty treat that is certain to be a hit at any party. They're called hot dog flour buns, but wait until you see.
They're so cool.
Right? Here to show us is Christina Cho. Her blog is perfectly named Eat Cho Food, and her newest cookbook is Mooncakes and Milk Bread, sweet and savory recipes inspired by Chinese bakeries. Christina, we're so happy to have you here this
So
morning.
excited to be here, and this recipe inspired my cookbook.
Really?
Oh,
That's
show,
amazing.
yeah.
All right, so let's start.
To me
Yes.
this bread.
Yeah.
And you say it's similar to
It's
something
similar
we're more
to
familiar
brioche
with.
and
Challah. It's like a soft, challah. It's like a soft, enriched bread, and
Okay.
it's the base for a lot of the big buns in my cookbook. So once you master this, you unlock all
The
these
world
other
is your
recipes.
oyster.
Yeah,
Great.
exactly.
Okay.
So to start, we have some bread flour. We have a little bit of sugar in there, and an egg.
Okay.
Yeah, and then we're going to add our warmed up milk that has some yeast in there.
Okay.
And that's going to make it rise. And then we have this paste that's called a tongzong. It's a mixture of milk and some flour that's cooked down, and it's going to help our bread stay nice and soft and fresh for longer than a couple days. So it prevents it from getting stale too quickly.
Okay, so it's like a natural preservative.
Yeah, kind of. And then we're going to add some softened butter, again, making it soft and like a little bit of a buttery finish. So we're going to knead that until it's smooth. And then we're going to let it proof at room temperature for about 2 hours. If it's cold out, it might take 3. And then we have some dough here. I'm going to punch it down.
I was just about to
really?
do that.
Oh,
I was
sorry,
like,
you
no,
should-
no,
do you want to touch it?
I didn't know if I could, but
Yeah,
it's just
touch
like,
it.
oh, I love that so much.
It looks
really
so
satisfying.
As my kids say, satisfying.
Yes.
Yeah, you can all touch it if you want to. And then we're going to divide it into 12. So it makes about 12 buns no matter like what recipe you pick. And if you want to be really exact, you can use a digital scale to weigh it out. If not, you can just eyeball it.
I'm sure you probably can eyeball it.
I'm
She's
getting
done
pretty
this a
close
few
to
times.
it. Yeah. And then you're just going to roll it up into a little dough ball.
Okay.
Okay.
Easy peasy.
And do you have to let that proof again? Or
After we assemble, so now you guys can get
Okay.
in on the
Oh, yay.
action.
Okay.
so that dough ball is now this.
Now we rolled it out to
Okay.
a big enough piece so you can wrap a hot dog in. So you can grab a hot dog, place it in the center.
I told you this was my first thing I learned at home ec was pigs
Put
in a
it in the
blanket.
center of your dough. Oh, don't cut it yet.
but you're
Don't
already
cut
doing
it.
it wrong.
Don't cut
Yeah,
it.
and this is not pigs
Did
in a
you
blanket.
fail that class?
Yeah, I did. No, I'm just kidding. No,
And now you're just going to
valedictorian,
bring up
Missy.
the edges of the dough and you're going to encase the hot dog. Yeah,
Okay.
so just like that, pinch it together and just pinch hard so that it stays.
Okay.
Yep. Here, I'll help you.
That's so funny. Do you see what I did as a kid? I just like looked at that and I'm like, oh, I can do that.
just like that.
Oh, okay. So what about the edge?
Yeah,
Okay.
so it's fully encased in there. And then
Okay.
you can turn it over on the seam, just like that. And then you can grab your knife now.
Now I
I'm
can-
gonna cut it
now I
into
can
6
cut
pieces.
it.
So you can eyeball it. I normally go from the middle.
Yeah, I was gonna.
that's
Did you
smart.
see? I was gonna
Middle,
do that.
yeah, middle, and then just
How many?
eyeball like a third of the
you need the
remainders.
Okay.
Yeah. And so your flower, you can see here, it's going to be a petal in the center, and then like 5 petals around.
so cute.
That is
Yeah.
really cute.
Okay.
So put one in the middle.
Okay.
Yeah, and they can be just touching, but they're going to proof again, so they're going to get bigger.
You know what? I love. You can do this at home with the kids.
Oh my
like
gosh,
this is
this is
cute.
so
People
adorable.
love making these with their kids.
That's cute.
And all kids love hot dogs.
Oh yeah,
Of course.
Yeah.
We only have a minute
Adults.
left. Did you say a minute? Okay, let's go.
Okay.
All right, so after it proofs, we're going to brush on some egg wash. You can use this one that's gone nice and puffy.
Okay.
Hey, wow.
So after it
it's so
proofs.
messy.
Yeah.
Look at mine here. Go.
Yep, and that's going to help it get nice and golden, and then
Okay, okay.
sprinkle
This is
on.
fun. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh, I want to make these at home.
And then sprinkle on.
Some sesame seeds and green onions. Just
Before-
add a little
before they
color.
cook?
Yeah,
Like a little
before they
craft
cook.
project.
It's going to add a little
Okay.
pizzazz, a little bit color.
Now I
they
get
end
to
up-
eat.
And then they bake. And then you have these beautiful
do you
Oh,
bake
look
it?
how cute these are.
These are adorable. How long does it take to bake?
About 20 minutes, 18 and 20 minutes. So pull them
Wow.
apart. I like to eat them petal by petal. Like a pig's in a blanket, but better.
Oh my, and
But-
there's the
but
sweetness
prettier.
in the dough.
Yes, yeah.
That like tones down the salty.
Yeah, totally. I think it's a really
Nice.
nice balance.
This is an elevated pigs in a
Amazing.
blanket. Christina, thank you so
Yeah,
much
you're welcome.
for stopping by as I cram food in my mouth. For this recipe and more, this is really fun. You can head to today.com/food.
This morning on Today Food, a father-daughter duo taking the Chicago hot dog scene by storm, and Craig had the opportunity to meet them and taste the hot dogs too.
I did, SG. And what a success story it is. A father from the Windy City teaching his daughter lifelong lessons she'll never forget as they churn out flavor combos that keep their customers coming back for more. Chicago, an iconic city for foodies, has a new star. A Chicago-style-inspired gourmet hot dog created by a unique duo. A father-daughter team standing out in the competitive food landscape.
Hey guys, it's Brooklyn here, and
Hey, Daddy. What's up, y'all? It's Bobby Morelli.
Bobby Morelli, a.k.a. the Sausage King, and his 9-year-old daughter, Brooklyn, started their hot dog stand in Brownsville, Chicago last year. But the business was not exactly in Morelli's plan. Until the pandemic, Morelli was running his own web agency. But when business came to a halt, he reimagined a lifelong passion.
The hot dog box was a pivot project for me.
To be clear, though, you're not a chef.
No, not a chef at all.
No,
my
no
wife
background in restaurant management.
Nah, not at all.
You
brother,
just had
not.
you just had an idea.
Yeah, just an idea, man. And then the idea too was if we're gonna sell hot dogs, we can't be basic. We have to do something that we can hone as our signature and paint this box red and give a good smile and greet the customers and good service, and that was the secret recipe.
That secret recipe includes filet mignon hot dogs with some fancy toppings. Perhaps, though, the best-kept secret was the idea to join forces with his daughter. What do you think about working with Dad?
it's fun because we get to tell jokes, make funny videos.
I understand that you get to give some input on the recipes.
Actually, we're coming out with the Brooklyn-inspired hot dog, the pizza hot dog.
The pizza hot dog?
I thought of my favorite food, which is obviously pizza. And then I know that Chicago is most known for its pizza and its hot dog, so I decided to merge it together and create a Brooklyn's pizza hot dog.
You know what? Ideas like that, you should be making more money. So what's going to be on the pizza dog?
You just have to wait and see.
Okay. Why is it so important for you to have your 9-year-old daughter working alongside you?
As a person that didn't have a father growing up, it's important for me to teach her to be self-sufficient and be able to know what it's like to start at ground zero, but then also build something. This may not be her life decision, but just opening the door for it.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Brooklyn, what do you think you've learned so far?
About entrepreneurship, how to have good customer service, and about work ethic.
Your favorite subjects in school?
Math and lunch.
It's the perfect job. And the perfect hot dog.
This one here is the pickle and peanut butter minion dog. There you go.
That's good. That's fantastic.
Wow.
That's a really good hot dog.
Thank you. So this one is the Brownsville bourbon.
Another one of my favorites.
That is actually a bourbon barbecue sauce that my wife makes.
I'm gonna try it. So now wait a minute. I see bacon.
Yeah.
I see coleslaw.
Uh-huh.
I see some peppers.
Yeah.
This is really good. No wonder people line up for it.
Yeah.
Summer is so close, we can almost taste it. And that is why we've brought in barbecue master and owner of Pig Beach Restaurants, both in Brooklyn and Queens, Matt Abadou. And congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Let's talk about the cookbook, because finally
yes,
the book is
the
out.
book
Pig
is
Beach
here.
Barbecue Cookbook.
That's right. Exciting.
When I think of barbecue, I really do think of Uncle Al, because we exchange barbecue ideas and tips all the time. Didn't you write a blurb in Matt's book?
I did.
He sure did.
I did.
What do you love about the cookbook?
It's simple. You know, everything is really accessible. You can imagine making this stuff.
Exactly, and that's what we really wanted to do. We wanted to make a book that everybody could enjoy, that everybody could cook, from the barbecue, like hobbyist, to the professional barbecue guy learning to make some extra flavors, something fun and different.
What advice do you have for people who want to, like newbies in the barbecue world? What's your
I think
advice?
the best advice I can give any newbie in the barbecue world is to get yourself a digital instant read thermometer. It's probably one of the best ways you can tell when anything is cooked, ready to be wrapped, or ready to be finished. So with that tool, you can really have a lot of success in the barbecue game.
Perfect. I teased a second by saying you were going to find some meats that are a little less expensive to use.
Yep.
What do we got today?
So today we got a little tri-tip action for you. It's a cut of sirloin from the bottom part of the sirloin. And what I love about tri-tip is it's got so much incredible flavor to it, and it's got a texture that's something similar to like a flank steak or so once you slice it nice and thin.
All right.
And grill up. It also takes on great flavor. So
what do you start with here?
Our tri-tip recipe is super simple. We're starting off with a piece of tri-tip that you can see here, called tri-tip because it looks like a triangle. It's got like a triangular sort of shape to it. But for our rub, we're going to do something super simple. Some ground black pepper, some paprika, granulated garlic, and a little bit of dried rosemary. Now we're going to mix this all together, and this can go in your pantry into a food-safe container. Save it up there for probably up to 6 months in your pantry, and use it when needed.
Can you use that same rub on other cuts of meat?
Absolutely. You can use it on any kind of steak, chicken, poultry, pork. It's delicious. It's just a really simple all-purpose rub. So then we're going to take our tri-tip, we're going to hit it with a little bit of olive oil, whatever you have in your pantry, and then we're going to generously season it with this tri-tip rub, or really all-purpose kind of rub seasoning.
On both sides, right?
On both sides.
That's right.
On both sides. See, look, I love
Savannah
it.
knows now.
She's got a cooking show.
That's right. You gonna eat both sides?
So from
Season
here,
both
if you have a smoker, this is the point where we're gonna fire up our smoker to 250 degrees. I like to use cherry wood, but whatever kind of wood and whatever that sort of smoke flavor you like, by all means, have some fun with it.
And do you have to smoke it? Can
You
still-
don't. That's the great thing about this steak is you don't have to smoke it at all if you don't want to. It just adds that element of like that barbecue smoky flair and flavor to it, which really kind of makes that steak different and shine a little bit more. But you could also just take it and cook it completely on the grill if you want.
And you would do that at 252? There's a slow...
No, on the grill. So whenever we set up a grill, I love to do what's called zone cooking, where I'll have one side set to really hot heat for charring and marking, and then another side set to sort of medium. To
cook that center.
Exactly, to get that nice and low center cook so you get a perfect eye. So
inside, Matt.
if you wanted to do it inside, you could absolutely take it and just roast it off in your oven. No problem. Like, that's the great thing about cooking is that everyone has a version of a recipe of what they can do, but the great thing is that as long as you're cooking it in that digital instant read thermometer you have, you're cooking it to the right temperature, you're gonna have a delicious cut of meat cooked
What's
perfectly
this?
every
What's
time.
this medium rare? What do you pull this at?
So for medium rare,
140 or-
no, for medium rare, I'll pull it around 135 and let
Knowing
it sort
it's
of
gonna still
it's
go up to
exactly. It's going to
140.
carry over.
That's
cook.
why all right, we got about a minute and a half.
All right,
left
so
here,
we're going to go
let's
quick.
keep
So
going.
in here we have our steak. It's been smoked to about 100 degrees. We're going to let it rest. Then we're going to mark it off on that grill. Get those beautiful char marks that are happening. And then for me, the perfect condiment to
Oh my God,
summertime
that
meat
smells good.
is a chimichurri sauce.
love
Literally
chimichurri.
translating
I do
sort
that
of
with flank
hodgepodge.
and skirt a lot.
Oh yeah, it's the best. So we're just gonna take some parsley and chop it up. We're gonna add it to our mixing bowl. We have some mint, some more
I
parsley.
add cilantro with that too sometimes.
Absolutely, cilantro's great to it as well. We can add some shallots, garlic, chili flake, oregano. Put that all in the bowl. Red wine vinegar, lemon juice, olive oil. We'll mix that all together. Zest it with a little bit of lemon, and you
this
have
is so
a
good
perfect,
fresh, too.
Oh my God, it's the best thing ever.
And
then
then
we're
the
just gonna take
slicing.
the steak. And what I love about
You got a minute.
tri-tip
You're
is
good.
that the backside, for those of the people that would like the steak a little bit more cooked,
Look at Craig
just by the
Lowe's
nature of the
plate.
steak,
Look at
that's
this.
my boy right there.
That's
a
happy plate.
Love it.
Lindsay,
That is a happy
are you-
plate.
What's going on here at home?
That's fantastic.
Are you not eating?
So the great thing about tri-tip is that since it's tapered off at the end, for the guests that are joining us and want their steak cooked a little bit more, they can have those sort of medium well pieces. And the people that want something a little bit more on the medium rare side, you go right to the middle and you get those beautiful pieces cut right there. Top it off with that bright, fresh, vibrant
Makes a
chimichurri
great
sauce.
sandwich, too.
And it's just
Amazing.
delicious. Steak. It's perfect.
You can
right?
put chimichurri on chicken, too.
It is.
It's fatty.
Yep. It's got a great,
But it's-
clean,
yeah, it's-
meaty flavor to it. That
melt in your
chimichurri,
mouth.
just get it, Craig. I love it.
Matt,
I love
so
it.
much.
And this morning, we're focusing on the best grilling tips and tricks for that first cookout of the season.
That's right. And who better to help us out than a fourth-generation butcher, cookbook author, and founder of Seymour Meats and Veggies, Cara Nicoletti. Cara, good morning. It's great to see you. But you have to explain, you're a fourth-generation butcher, but it sounds like you're trying to get us to eat less meat.
I am. I am. So, I mean, we see that meat prices are really, really high right now. So I feel like the name of the game this summer is eating better meat and just eating a little bit less of it.
Okay.
So my sausages are combining meat and vegetables. And I'm also going to teach you a little bit about how to treat your vegetables like meat. For a really satisfying grilling season.
So is that your secret tip? Is, still get a fulfilling barbecue out there, but, just kind of work in a lot more vegetables?
Yeah, I would say, if you buy better quality meat, if you're buying grass-fed beef and pasture-raised pork and that kind of stuff, the flavor is going to be so much better. And what that means is that you can really eat a little bit less of it and still be just as satisfied. So these sausages that we're cooking today are all humanely raised meat and about 50% less meat. They're filled with fresh vegetables. And then we'll supplement a bunch of different vegetables alongside them to really have a nice, satisfying meal.
Dietitians everywhere are like cheering for you right now.
Yeah, really. So what do you have by the side? What are you going to make, Cara?
So over here, we've got a bunch of different vegetables that I really love to grill, sort of like heartier vegetables. So we've got zucchini, we've got some portobello mushrooms. I really love to grill radicchio. It makes it really nice and sweet. Some cauliflower, some eggplant. And I've made a rub here, which is a mixture of brown sugar and smoked paprika, some coriander, some garlic and onion powder. And so what I love to do is sort of make some slits on something like a mushroom or a zucchini, and you're gonna rub it in olive oil, and then you're gonna sprinkle it in this rub, just like you would a piece of meat. And it's gonna kind of give you, a similar feel. So, I think it's just a great way to trick your mind into thinking you're eating meat. So this is really like a steak rub. We're just gonna. It does.
Yeah.
So really I'm going to be doing charcoal grilling today. That's generally what I prefer. I like the flavor better. I think that it can be a little bit intimidating because it's a little bit harder to control. So I'm going to give you a couple of tips on that just to make it a little bit more seamless. The first thing is that I really love to use a chimney lighter when I'm using a charcoal grill instead of just putting the coals in and sort of squirting lighter fluid on it. You put paper at the bottom, and you pile the coals on top about 20-25 minutes beforehand, and you let the charcoal get nice and ashy and gray before you dump it in here.
You just dump it in.
And what that's going to do is it's going to give you that really nice smoky flavor, and you're not going to get any of that lighter fluid flavor. So you want to make sure that your grill is nice and hot before you put your meat on it. This way it's not soaking in any charcoal flavors, and it's really just getting that nice fire flavor.
How do you control
there's a pterodactyl flying in your backyard.
I know, something's happening.
That was the biggest bird sound I've ever heard in my life. It might take one of those veggie sausages right off your grill. I'd be careful, Cara.
Please help yourself. So I would say also it can be a little bit harder to control your heat levels on a charcoal grill. But so that is what the vents on your grill are for. On this one, we've got a couple here on the lid, and we've got a couple here on the bottom. When your grates are fully opened, your heat is going to be the highest. And if you want to kind of lower the heat a little bit, you close these grates, you're cutting off the oxygen, and you're kind of lessening the heat. But also, piling your coals into sort of different zones is really helpful. I think a lot of people think about grilling as this like really hot and fast thing. You're taking a steak, you're grilling it really hot and fast. But if you want to grill other things like vegetables, sort of more delicate cut like chicken, and sausages, you want to go for a more medium-low heat. And so you can achieve that by sort of making different zones on your grill. So here we have the coals, cooler zone, and that's going to help you with flare-ups too. If you have oil on something and it flares up, instead of spritzing it and getting ash all over your food, you can kind of move it over to the cool.
Cara, you're awesome. And these are good tips too, because people are about to go nuts this weekend grilling. So thank you for that. Appreciate it.
More veggies.
All those veggies look great. All right, we're back now with Today Food. This morning, we're turning your grill into a meat smoker. Here with us, a guy who knows a lot about all of that, certainly grilling, the great chef Michael Symon. He travels the country in his Food Network show. It premiered last night. It's great. It's called Barbecue USA, giving us a behind-the-scenes look at the toughest barbecue competitions. Michael, I mean, you already know so much. You visit these pit masters in all these great places, all the meats that you're eating. Give us one good tip for people to take away for grilling this summer that you learned.
You know, patience. I think the greatest tip is patience. Also, like a lot of times when people put things on the grill, they want to see giant plumes of smoke. Your smoke, you want it to kind of run clear. Then you get that gentle smoke flavor that really makes the food delicious. So I'm showing you guys an Alabama chicken today, Alabama style chicken. Yep. But you could do it on a grill. You could do it on a Weber.
How do you smoke
charcoal
on a grill?
So you're doing offset heat. So all of our heat is over here, Carson.
Okay, indirect.
Indirect. You could put wood chips on there, chunks or chips. Start it with coals, and then you just drop the heat down. You want to monitor your heat. Chicken, you could be between 275 and 325. I just season it with olive oil, salt, pepper. On the smoke is where all the great flavor.
And you can do this without the wood chips too, if you don't want
Absolutely, you could just charcoal gives you incredible flavor, and a lot of styles of barbecue only use charcoal.
Right.
But I use fruit woods, apple, cherry because they're a little bit more mild and they don't overpower the meat, especially something like chicken.
All right, you got a beautiful sauce you can put with the Alabama chicken.
So this started, Alabama white sauce is like this really historic sauce that you put on chicken. People that like ranch, this is like, I feel where ranch started, somewhere in Alabama.
Okay.
You know, Big Bob Gibson's very famous barbecue place there started this sauce. So they don't always put horseradish in, sometimes they do, but mayo, horseradish, lemon juice,
I love it.
cider, a little bit of cayenne for some heat, salt, and a touch of sugar. Come here. And then you just whisk this together till it's smooth. Now, you could kind of have fun with it. You could put some buttermilk in it if you want. You could thin it out
Thicken it
if
up,
you
thin
want.
it out, do anything.
And then this, here's one that we smoked, just like that. And then you just chop it up. You run it through, and the sauce
tastes
has
like
a little
gravy.
heat, right?
It's like a gravy.
Yeah, but it's got a little heat, a little
it's
acidity.
delicious.
It's got all the good stuff. So if you
How
go to
have I never had
Alabama and get smoked chicken, this is what's happening.
Can you break this chicken down really fast? How do you break it down? You go right down the center?
Like, so this one, see,
We're
it's
just having a
broken down.
barbecue.
So, yeah, I just go straight down.
You're breaking through some stuff, right?
And you split it first. And then after you split it, you go through the legs and the thighs down.
Okay. And there's a joint in there. You find the ball
Boom.
joint cut in between
Right.
those two.
Yep. And then I like to split my breasts in half, and we serve
1,
it
2,
bone
3,
on
4.
just
So
like
you get
that.
about 8 pieces out of that. Great.
Yep.
All right, let's move on down.
All right, moving on. Yes.
Yes.
We're going to use wood chips. Are you going to soak them first?
So, Al, that's a good question. If you soak them,
Oh my God,
it
so
throws a little bigger smoke. So if you want more gently smoked, I wouldn't recommend soaking them first, even though they're going to burn quickly.
Okay.
Or you could even go to a larger chunk and just let it go. But water creates smoke, which kind of sometimes will make the barbecue a little acrid.
Okay.
We're overlooking this chicken, the Alabama
the
chicken with that
chicken's
sauce.
amazing. Yeah.
That is special.
How is it
Chicken is
juicy?
so moist.
Yeah, how's it so juicy?
The slow
chicken,
cook,
like-
the chicken, the
We're
moist.
good. Carson,
Yeah.
I would
We've done this before.
Just don't overcook
I
it.
drink a
Stick
beer,
the
Michael
thermometer in there,
barbecues everything.
160, you're good.
160.
I put that sauce
Don't
on
be
it.
Slow
afraid
and
of
low.
that
Yeah.
sausage.
What is on here?
So
The
this
potatoes?
is just a quick potato salad. So what we did is we took these potatoes, we put them in foil right on.
You didn't
our
boil them
grill.
first or anything? You just
Yeah.
threw 'em
So
in
oil, salt. You can put in a little bit of pepper, some water, and
Wait,
a
you did
splash.
pre-cook them or no?
Pardon?
They're raw or
These are raw.
Yeah, okay.
But they're gonna steam a little bit and char in our foil packet. And you let them go until they're tender. We put these on the grill. And you can put these on right when you're doing your chicken. I mean, we have 2 grills going now. You could do this in 1 grill. You take these off, and we're gonna toss them into a very simple dressing. So here, watch.
Yep.
Here, you start dumping stuff in, I'll start dumping it. We have
Okay.
olive oil, we have sherry vinegar. We can do it in here.
Oh,
Watch.
shoot, yep.
I'm gonna show you a trick.
All right.
We can do it, don't worry. Mustard, I use grainy if you have it. We have a little bit of fresh dill and parsley, salt, and then if we dump our sherry vinegar in here.
Why, sherry vinegar is hard to find. Do you ever notice that?
Is it?
Yeah.
I
It
don't
is hard to
think
find.
it's not.
Well, I can't find it. Let's just put it that way.
You can use a white vinegar, champagne
I use-
vinegar,
that's what I use.
red wine
Wine
vinegar.
vinegar, yeah.
Rice is a little too gentle, but you just shake it up. Now you have dressing.
Oh, I love
That's just a little Gucci on top of the a ghetto. Like that just elevates that regular old potato
You know what I do?
into something
I throw
so
that
special.
white sauce on those potatoes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, if you wanted a little bit more creamy, you could do that. This is a little bit more acidic and poppy, like almost like German potato salad, a touch.
Yeah.
And then you have a really bright potato salad. I mean, it's really easy. Like cooking.
There's not white sauce everywhere.
I know. And
That's a regional thing, maybe.
Yeah, it's purely Alabama.
Wow.
You know, it is a white-based sauce. You don't see, like when people think of barbecue, they think of red sauce, but white sauce. There's a million versions.
Hey, Michael, you want to say hi to Cleveland?
Congrats on the show.
You bet.
Ohio's
Cleveland, we love you. Tune in, baby. Come on,
Today.com/food.
let's go
Get
in.
the recipes.
Oh, Guardian.
And check out Michael's show, Barbecue USA, on the Food Network and streaming on Discovery Plus.
steak with a side of corn on the cob. And here to help us is Antimo DeMeo and Scott Stein, co-owners of James Beard-nominated Bardea Food and Drink in Wilmington, Delaware. Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We wish you were here with us because it's like we could taste the steak and smell the corn through the screen. But grilling the perfect steak can always be a challenge. But you say that this is really simple. You have to start before you even put it on the grill, right?
Correct. Yes, it's definitely easy to make at home dish. We kind of simplified it, but it's something that's very approachable. And we're super excited to show you what we got cooking here.
All right. So what do you start with? Does it need much seasoning?
Yeah, so actually what we like to do with our steaks, obviously product is everything, so we like to use prime grass-fed beef, okay, with great intramuscular fat, okay? So what we're going to start doing here is we're going to get this strip steak, okay, and we're going to use the fat cap, and we're going to put it right in the cast iron. We've had that preheating a little bit. We're going to get that sizzling a little bit, and we're going to get some of that fat rendering out. We're going to add a little bit of oil to the pan. So a big step that we like to do at the restaurant is we really believe in brining our meats. So what that does, it might sound all fancy, but it's simply adding it into a liquid with some salt and maybe sugar. And depending on how much time, you can let the meat sit in that overnight. Or we like to do a minimum of 3 hours. And what that does is it gives you a perfectly seasoned meat. And essentially the meat is more moist, more tender, and more flavor. So you can add herbs, aromatics, things like that. So it's something that we love to do at the restaurant. The reason that we love this recipe so much is, Scott and I are always working. We're always at the restaurant. So on Sunday, Monday, it's like family day. And this is a perfect thing to do on Sundays. Obviously, you can start it with the steak and the corn and eat that as your entree. And then we can repurpose it later in the week, like we're going to show you here for salad.
Yeah, we see that beautiful steak in front of Scott right there. And this can be kind of a controversial thing with steak lovers. What do you guys do afterwards when it's done?
Okay, so very, very big step is the resting period. Okay, so that's why we actually have this steak for you guys right here. So we're going to render and sear a steak here, but you want it to rest for a minimum of 5-10 minutes. It allows all the juices to kind of soak into the meat, all right? And it allows that flavor to really set, okay? So you really get that full, true meat experience. If you cut it too soon, you're going to lose a lot of that juice and a lot of that flavor.
I'm a huge corn lover. Let's move on to the corn. What is your secret sauce here?
So for the corn, we obviously have it out of the husk. We like to cook it in the husk on the grill, so it kind of self-steams and makes it a little bit sweeter. But when it comes to corn, you just want really good quality corn, especially when it's in season. They're pretty delicious on their own. You don't really need to do too much to it. A classic seasoning that we like using is extra virgin olive oil, a little bit of chili, and lime. Very, very simple, straightforward. And it allows us to repurpose it in salads very well, simply because of the seasoning that we use.
Oh, a little chili. That must make it a little kick.
And you've
Correct.
got
A little bit of sweet, a little spice, a little bit of acid.
It's
Correct.
a good combination. So we've got the corn, we've got the steak. You're going to turn this into an amazing summer salad.
Correct.
All right. You're going to show them cut down this
Yep. steak? I'm going to take this out here. So I'm going to show you guys. So right now, the strip steak, right, we rendered out the fat. Okay, so now for what we like to use is a peppercorn blend. It's simple to find at the grocery store. So here we have a house blend. It's a little bit of Telecherry, pink, white, and green peppercorns. Okay, so we're going to get it and put it right on that steak. Okay, and that's going to give you that flavor profile of the Alpha peppercorn blend.
The peppercorn makes a big difference.
Big difference. Without the peppercorn, you're just kind of eating beef, which is okay, but this kind of gives it that extra little kick.
All right, we're running out of time here, so how do you make a dressing for the salad, and how do you top it off?
Yes. Okay, so essentially, we have a classic lemon vinaigrette, okay, that we use. Scott's going to start seasoning that salad. I'm going to start cutting the steak.
That's going to be amazing. Then you cut up the corn, you put it in, and we'll put the full recipe on today.com, right? Look how great that looks.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
So simple. I love
so
it.
we cut up the steak. Yep. Perfectly medium rare. We're going to use a little bit of EDO to season this, a little bit of flaky salt, okay, touch of lemon juice.
Oh, that's perfect.
All right, and then right from there,
we wish we could dig in.
We put it right on the steak. Yep.
Well, that
There you
looks
go.
amazing. And next time, we hope you're in studio with us, and we will put the full recipe on today.com.
Definitely.
Thanks so much, Antimo and Scott. And for these recipes, again, head to today.com/food.
I'd love to eat that right now.
Welcome back this morning on Today Food. We're getting you ready for your grilling season.
That's right. A lot of people like me are going to be firing up the grill over the holiday weekend, so we called in an expert to share her list of the best grills on the market.
That's right. Elizabeth Carmel is the author of Steak and Cake, but you might know her best as the original grill girl. Oh, Elizabeth, you are fired up. Your grill is fired
Let's
up.
go.
Before we get into the ins and outs, what should you really be looking for when you're thinking about buying a grill?
I'm so glad you asked me. It's very simple. There are 3 things that you need to think about. Number 1, what kind of grill are you going to buy? There are 3 choices. There's charcoal, there's gas, and there's pellet grill. The next thing is think about your lifestyle. Are you someone who likes to build a fire and tend it, or are you someone who really just wants to flip a switch? And then finally, the thing that I tell everybody is you need to buy the biggest and the best grill that you can afford, because the more you use it, the better griller you're going to become, and you're going to want to use it all year round.
Elizabeth, are some of those grills better for certain kinds of foods? Like if you were just going to buy one and you were going to recommend one, which kind would you like?
You know what? That's a great question. Once again, it goes to lifestyle. If you like the hands-on effect of it, you want a charcoal grill. And you know what? Charcoal grills used to be the same old Weber kettle that we all know, which is a wonderful classic. But now I'm sitting here with the Spark Grill, and it's a really innovative charcoal grill. I mean, who knew the charcoal grill needed a makeover? Not me, but Spark did.
Look at that.
And there's so many things to love about it, but the biggest thing is they've taken the hassle out of charcoal grilling. You no longer have to wrestle with a big bag of charcoal.
Wow.
Instead, all you use is this really sleek compressed charcoal brick, and you just slide it in the grill, turn on a button, and it's on. They've really taken all the hassle out of it. But that's not all. The other thing is you've got bricks that go from 250 degrees all the way up to 900 degrees. And before you ask me, why do I need 900 degrees, I'll tell you. Because they sell a pizza pack, and you can actually retrofit this charcoal grill and make it into a Neapolitan-style pizza oven, which, you know, is all the rage this summer. So you're really getting 2 for 1, charcoal and a pizza oven.
What's something like that run? A ballpark cost?
So I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing you. So I'm going to go right to gas grill.
Okay.
You might ask yourself,
$8,000
why do you want? Why do people love gas so much? And you know what? It's easy to light. It's easy to use, and there's virtually no cleanup. And it comes in every kind of size. It comes in something as small as this Weber Go Anywhere grill, which is perfect for tailgates or for small spaces. And it will even fit into a tote bag. It's great. You just use a 1-pound LP tank. And it's really terrific for a balcony, for the beach this summer. I just heard your report on beaches. That's really amazing. And then the third choice didn't even used to be a choice, but it is now. And pellet grills are all the rage. And you know what? This is what they use, compressed wood pellets for the fuel. And then there's a fan that controls the heat. I'm standing right here in front of this Traeger Ironwood 650, which I love. You can now make authentic barbecue in your own backyard or even on a balcony, and it's really terrific. There's so many bells and whistles on this grill that really elevate your cook, but the thing that I like the most is the super smoke feature. And the reason that that's important is that wood smoke is what gives your barbecue that great flavor, or really anything that you're cooking, right? And the pellets come in all different kinds of wood. But sometimes when you're cooking brisket and ribs and pulled pork and chicken, you just want a little extra smoke.
Wow.
And this gives you an extra burst of smoke, which is an extra burst of flavor.
The sun is shining, and we fired up the grill, y'all. Join me, Jocelyn Delk Adams, for a summer barbecue to remember. As a chef and cookbook author, I love to add a modern twist to classic recipes. With my tips, you can host an outdoor cookout that looks effortless and won't cost a fortune. Bringing all of your loved ones together, it makes the day that much sweeter. Booze, this party's going to be epic. Growing up, I absolutely loved summer barbecues. For me, it just felt like a time to get family and friends together and really just enjoy the weather and each other and some good food. My inspiration for a party comes from a variety of places. I love everything from travel to new restaurants. It all sort of kind of informs all of my ideas and decision making when I'm throwing a party. I guess you could call me an events rebel. I really love to break the rules. And I love that because it's really fun to sort of have something unexpected at your event. The first thing that's most important with creating an event that you absolutely love is starting with the vibe and building it with your personality. If you could bottle my personality, it would probably be like a bright orange color, so that's gonna be all through this event. I love throwing barbecues outside. If you've got a pool, which we happen to have, like, why wouldn't you set an entire event around that? You know you are always at a great party when the playlist is hot. So I wanted to focus on creating a playlist that had a lot of fun, energetic songs that made people want to get up and party. I love games at events. Seriously, if we do not have games at my event, it's not one of my events. I love everything from activities that I actually make up. I mean, it's all about making sure that your guests have a good time, and games help with that. Next, make sure that you stay organized. I am truly type A, y'all, okay? I am a person who lives and breathes by spreadsheets. When I'm thinking about an event, I start with the spreadsheet so I can stay organized, keep my guests in there, keep what I've ordered, keep what I'm serving. Literally every single detail goes in that spreadsheet. For your guest list, it's truly important that you spend a lot of time thinking about who you want seated at your table. I decided to make this party all about the amazing gals in my life. I really wanted it to be this mix of amazing women that I appreciate and who I'm inspired by. And finally, create a unique menu. When I start to think about my menu planning for my barbecue, I really want to knock my guests' socks off. I love to incorporate things that are in season. So a couple recipes I'm thinking about are maybe a watermelon salad. Watermelon is in season right now, so that's gonna be so fresh. Also, corn is in season, and I've got this like amazing corn pudding, but the key is the corn is grilled. So it's like a nice time to actually use the grill, get some nice char on that corn, and actually give it some nice texture and bite. I think I know exactly how I want this day to flow, so let's get in the kitchen and start getting that menu going. For this barbecue, I selected some of my favorite recipes that I'm gonna show you how to make. First, we're gonna start with my simple ribs. Then we're gonna move on to my elote fried corn pudding from my new cookbook, Everyday Grand, along with my watermelon salad, and then finally, my berry rhubarb punch. We're gonna get started with my simple ribs recipe, and it starts with a dry rub. I've got some Cajun seasoning here. I've got some kosher salt, gotta get some nice salt in there. I've got some mustard powder. And then I've got onion and garlic powder. I'm gonna add both of those in here. Black pepper, some smoked paprika, and I've got some chili powder. Cumin. I love cumin in literally everything. And finally, I've got some brown sugar to add some sweetness. And then we're just gonna do a quick whisk of all of this, combining it. So I started making my own spice rubs at home when I realized how easy it was to do. Like, you could literally just go in your pantry, grab all of your favorite ingredients, and pull together something that's explosive flavor-wise. I happen to like a lot of different flavors in my dry rub because I want a lot of different sensations to happen when you bite into that rib, right? You want that sweet, you want that heat, you want that nuance of flavor, and so all of these different components are gonna pull that off. And once that's combined, we're gonna get that on our ribs. These are beef ribs, and I'm going to grab some oil spray. So I like to use the oil spray. It's a little bit more controlled, and it just kind of keeps things a tiny bit cleaner during this process. The oil is going to become an adhesive for our dry rub. And then we're gonna start to add our dry rub right over our ribs. And you can add as much or as little as you want. The purpose of a dry rub is really to get that flavor penetrated into our ribs. And it's gonna take a little time because we're not breaking this down with what you would usually find in a wet rub. I'm gonna flip these over. We're gonna do another spray. And then we're gonna get that dry rub all up in there as well. And you really wanna push it into the meat so it really penetrates and you get all of that flavor. My favorite thing about barbecues are definitely the ribs. It's my favorite recipe. It's the quintessential barbecue recipe, right? So I think that all of my side dishes are gonna be the perfect complement to this main dish because this is really hearty, but it's got so much flavor, but everything else is sort of light and refreshing. So it's a perfect complement. All right, these look nice and rubbed down. So I did a quick rinse of my hands, and now we're gonna get these ready to go into the fridge. I've got some heavy duty foil because we wanna make sure that every little crevice, everything is covered so we really get that marinade to seep in. I'm gonna go one rack at a time here. Really get it covered. The ribs are wrapped and ready to go. I'm going to add these to my baking sheet, and then I'm gonna pop this in the fridge for about 6 hours at least so we can really get that marinade in there. And then we'll be ready to grill. All right, our ribs are marinating, and now when we come back, we're gonna get into our sides. While our ribs are marinating, I'm gonna get started on my elote fried corn pudding. This recipe was inspired by my trip to Mexico City, and I wanted to really sort of mix in some of that authentic Mexican flavor with some of my Southern roots. The first step is in grilling our corn. I've got some shucked corn here, and I'm going to add a little vegetable oil to the outside of it so we can make sure that this doesn't stick to the grates once we're grilling. Now I'm gonna take these out to the grill. I love adding in that char and that bite of grilled corn, and it's an amazing way to use it while it's in season too. Now that we've grilled our corn, it's time to get started on our filling. So I'm going to start here with some Mexican crema that's gonna go into our big bowl. This is so rich and creamy. It's gonna add so much flavor. And then I've got some melted butter. We've got 4 eggs here, and it's best that you crack them outside of the big bowl, so if you get any shell, it doesn't get into your major mixture here. Now I want to zest some lime so I can add in some citrus flavor. It's really gonna brighten this up. Now I've got some sugar. If you've ever had corn pudding in the South, you know it's a little bit sweet, so we gotta add in that sweet. I'm adding in some cornstarch. This is gonna help thicken everything up. And then a few spices to add some additional flavor. I've got some garlic powder, and I've got some cumin. Now this is where I get to add our grilled corn that we took off the cob. You can get that nice bite and that texture from those kernels. This is creamed corn that you can find just right in the can in your grocery store, and it's a very different texture from that grilled corn we made earlier. We're also gonna add in some cotija cheese. I'm going to mix all of this together, make sure it's nice and combined. Before we add this to our casserole dish, I'm just gonna lightly spray this so we can make sure that it doesn't stick. And then we're just gonna pour all of our corn pudding mixture right into our casserole dish. I'm gonna add some foil to this so we can have a nice even bake and it doesn't brown too much. Now I'm gonna pop this in the oven and we're gonna let this set up and get so nice and beautiful and brown, and then we'll be ready to serve. Our corn pudding is out of the oven, and let's check it out. Oh my goodness. You can just see all of that grilled corn that's come to the top and this sort of creamy, custardy texture. I like to add some decorations and really take it to another level. I like to add a little bit more of the cotija cheese. And then I also like to strategically place a few little limes here, little lime slices. Adds a little color as well. I'm gonna add some cilantro too. And then finally, I'm gonna sprinkle on a little tahini, and that little brightness with that chili and lime flavor is just gonna take this up to like a whole nother level. It's so good. Our corn pudding is ready to serve, and I know the guests are gonna love this. Now it's time to get started on my watermelon salad. This watermelon salad is so perfect for this barbecue because watermelon's in season, it's sweet, it's juicy, and it reminds me of childhood when I used to have watermelon every summer. Also, this recipe is important to me because, you know, watermelon sometimes can be pretty controversial for Black people. We can feel uncomfortable sometimes having it because of the history associated with it. So with this recipe, I really wanted to sort of say, we can reclaim it. We can feel comfortable having it again, and I hope that it brings a more positive light towards this food. The first step to making my watermelon salad is pickling some onions, and this is gonna give that nice tart flavor. People have no idea how easy it is to pickle onions at home, and I'm gonna show you. So I've got some water. I'm gonna add this to my little pot here, some white vinegar, some sugar, and some salt. And then I'm gonna crank on our heat here. And we're gonna let this get to about medium-high heat. We wanna really let that sugar dissolve, and then it's gonna be ready for pickling our onions. Our sugar has dissolved. I'm just gonna pop a garlic clove in here for some additional flavor. And then I'm gonna pour this right over our onions. Yes, 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 yes. I'm gonna cover this up. And now this is gonna go in the fridge for about 2 hours. Now we're gonna make our chipotle dressing. This recipe starts with our shallots. I'm going to add some oil. We wanna get our shallots sizzling in this medium heat so we can get them nice and tender. All right, these look good to go. I'm gonna add these into our blender. Now I'm gonna add in some lime juice, some red wine vinegar, got a little honey too, Dijon mustard, some chipotle. I'm gonna add this right on in. Nice kick of flavor, we love that. And then finally, I've got some salt and pepper. Okay. that beautiful color. You can tell when the dressing is done because it's nice and smooth. You see that chipotle has blended in and it's thickened up a bit. And this is gonna be absolutely perfect on our watermelon salad, y'all. I've got my watermelon here and I'm gonna start breaking this down. You wanna make sure you have a super sharp knife. And then also, under my cutting board, I've got a little surprise here. I've got some wet paper towel right up under it to make sure that this doesn't slip and slide. It's gonna make sure that this stays in place. To begin, I'm gonna cut off the ends of my watermelon. And then I also like to cut straight down the middle. This makes it easier when you're dealing with a much larger watermelon. You can break it down much quicker. Oh yeah, look at that. I like to get it to a stable position as quickly as possible because it's much easier to maneuver and then it's not gonna roll around a lot. We want to start to take off the sides. So we're gonna remove the rind and you can actually start to do this based on just looking at the top and seeing where it guides you. And as you remove that, just put it right into your discard bowl. We're gonna get off as much of this as possible, and then we're gonna go right back around once we're done, and then just clean up and get off anything that we didn't before. And then once you have all of those edges and it's pretty bright and red, this is when we're gonna actually start to cut it into strips. We're making a salad, so I'm gonna go for bigger pieces. And I'm gonna take these ones in the center, and then we're gonna break these down into cubes. I'm gonna cut again into wedges. And then I'm gonna cut right across again. And there you go. Now it's time to assemble our salad. I've got our cubed watermelon here, and I'm just gonna add this into a big bowl. I'm gonna also add in some cucumber. I've got some heirloom tomatoes, which are quite special. The seeds are passed down from farmers every single season, so it's a special sort of hybrid there. Going to mix all of this together. And now I'm gonna add in some greens. I've got some mint, some arugula, and some basil. Sprinkle all of that in. Just kind of mix that in as well. And this is such a beautiful, colorful salad. All right. Now we're gonna add in that dressing we made earlier. Then I'm gonna do a big toss and get all of these ingredients to just really kind of soak in that dressing. What works so great about this salad is you're just going to get so many different flavor profiles. Like that sweetness from the watermelon is just going to complement that chipotle spice that you get from the dressings. It's really sort of well balanced because of all of those flavors. Now I'm gonna transfer this to our pretty bowl. Perfect. And then I'm gonna just dress this up with our pickled onion. I'm just gonna place a few right on top. So gorgeous. And then add a little of our feta cheese. And this is gonna be a hit, y'all. This is ready to serve. If you've ever been to basically any party or barbecue, you know you gotta have a good punch, and this one is great. So I've got some water here that's boiling, and we're gonna use this to create a simple syrup for this recipe. And simple syrups are usually just water and sugar, and then you can add in whatever you want so you can really sort of bring in some additional flavor, and that's what we're gonna do here. So I'm adding in our sugar to our water, and we're gonna get that to boiling temperature. And then I'm gonna add in some berries, some strawberries, some raspberries, and then finally, because rhubarb is in season right now, I'm going to add some rhubarb. I love to work it in drinks like this, and it sort of brings down that sweetness of those berries, and it's just so delicious. And finally, I'm gonna add in some mint. I'm just gonna stir all of this to combine, and then I'm going to let this come to boiling so I can really let that sugar and all of this sort of dissolve and thicken up. Once it starts to boil, you can see that color developing, that bright red color that is just gonna make that punch just pop, okay, on that barbecue table. It's gonna be so beautiful. This has been going for about 20 minutes and it's perfectly thickened and that syrup is like delicious. And we wanted to make sure that all that sugar dissolved. So now that it's cooled down a bit, I'm gonna go ahead and strain it. This is our berry rhubarb syrup and we're ready to assemble our punch. I'm gonna take my syrup here and add this right into my pitcher. I've also got some ginger ale and I've got a little vodka here too. Gotta have a little fun. This is mama's drink right here. All right, and then I'm gonna add in some berries as well. This is gonna be just like a nice garnish. And then do a nice little stir here to combine everything. Oh yeah, that's perfect. Pour a little into this glass. You can see that gorgeous color. Those berries fly in. Look how beautiful this is. I cannot wait to serve this to our guests. And I'm actually gonna take some of this same punch and I'm gonna turn them into popsicles. Who doesn't love a popsicle during the summer? So I know they're gonna absolutely fall in love with this whole idea. I've showed you how to make most of our menu items and I've got a few more tricks up my sleeve. I'm gonna be serving a peach salad and also a family favorite potato salad. It's almost party time, guys. Next, when we come back, we are heading out to the grill. It's the day of the barbecue, y'all. I am so excited. It's a beautiful sunny day and I cannot wait for my guests to see the spread. My first two guests are Mercedes and Kelly. I've worked with both of these ladies and they are like sisters to me, so I had to invite them to my barbecue. My next two guests are Lola and Amy. Lola was my college roommate, and Amy, she's a newer friend I met through blogging. Chanel, we met each other working together ages ago, and Ariana, she's my sorority sister. My last guest, well, you can't have a barbecue without inviting your mama, okay? So she definitely had to come. Mom, so good to see you. Is anyone ready to eat? Oh, yeah. Yeah, let's make our way to the table. This is my watermelon salad that's in my cookbook, Everyday Grand. Enjoy. I love it. This is the main event. Wow. That's gorgeous. Yeah. simple ribs. Even though they don't take a lot of effort, they taste amazing, y'all. You will love them. All right, ladies, cheers. Cheers. Yeah. Enjoy, dig in. So what do you guys think of the potato salad?
Well, so this is really good. Really good.
Delicious.
Look, Mama approves, that's it.
If I say it's good, it's good.
Let me tell you how long we worked on that recipe.
forever.
There is a story with that, okay? We tested it over and over and over, I think maybe at least 20 times.
At least.
And my mom and dad, they were like, nope, needs this. Nope, needs more of this. See, before it went into the book, they were still nervous about it. I was
Right,
like,
we
it's going
still
into
were.
the book.
Yeah. Right.
But it's been a
Regardless.
hit. Everyone has loved it.
Great.
Like,
You did your thing, Jocelyn.
Yeah.
okay, it's time for some games. Okay, this first one we're gonna play, it's called Celebrity in a Bag. Got all these little names in here, and these are different celebrities, and you can ask all of us yes or no questions so you can guess who the celebrity is that you ask.
Oh. Is it a girl?
Yes.
Okay. Is it an actor?
Yes.
Does she have a Grammy?
Yes, an EGOT, Emmy,
does she
Grammy,
have-
Oscar,
Oh, that's
Tony.
Oh, cool. I did not know that. Is what that meant. Is it Jennifer Hudson?
All right, guys, we've got popsicles. We've got a berry rhubarb, a peach sweet tea, and pink lemonade. Delicious. I cannot thank you enough for coming and enjoying my good food and enjoying the company. It ain't over yet because we are going to get on the dance floor. Let's bust a move. Feeling inspired to throw your own summer barbecue? Scan the QR code for my recipes, featured products, and more. Just so you know, Today may get a commission for purchases made through the QR code or links on our website.
got our ultimate summer showdown. I've been waiting for a long time for this with 4th of July just around the corner. That's right. We're kicking off the official Today Show barbecue bracket. Let's get after it. It is time to decide which dish on the old picnic table reigns supreme. Let's take a look at the matchups. We'll start out in the Northwest. You've got your classic hamburger, Al, going against